renewable energy sector, and we are engaging the different players. You know that most of the strategies in the sector are normally sponsored by the development partners. And truth be said, every development partner has their own agenda. Everyone has their own agenda. So it's about how do we harmonize and strike balance. What are the trade-offs we have to look into to ensure that your interests are not compromised, but even government and private sector as well as Mutwawansi interests are not compromised. That everyone has a win-win. There are trade-offs that have to be put into consideration. I highlighted the aspect of productive use of energy. We're trying to discuss how do we have a single strategy that governs and because productive use of energy is an interministerial undertaking. If you're talking about water, the Ministry of Water is also included. You're talking about health, productive use of energy in health is included. You're talking about institutions like academic institutions, education is included. So we have to look at a consolidated strategic plan, bringing all these different stakeholders together. We agree on the direction on what has to be done to advance productive use of energy. Otherwise, we are going to fail. Another issue on board is mini-grids. The government plans that we should develop about 624 mini-grids. So far, I think we are in the range of 30 to 50 mini-grids developed so far. But if you ask the private sector players, the local private sector players, most of them have given up on mini-grids. The bureaucracy they are in is not theirs to handle. It's too much. So you find that only foreign developers are the ones that have succeeded. Why? Because our local developers do not have the financial arm to keep their borrowing money. And the bureaucracy, the time it takes to have all these licenses and paperwork sorted, is too much for them. So we're also thinking, working closely, and we want to bring this to the private sector players. How can we adopt something like affirmative action? That for every mini-grid developed, can we have a matching? Can we match private sector, local private sector player and a foreign player? So that if a company here does not have the expertise yet, they will learn from a more advanced company from overseas. We do not have to always rely on foreign expertise to develop our systems. We've got to build our local capacity, and that's one way we have to look into. Can we advocate for this matching between local and international companies so that our local companies can as well learn? We're also looking at strengthening private sector, and that's what I was highlighting, ensuring quality of technologies. UNBS, will make all these standards, but UNBS is not going to run around to ensure that everyone adopts and adheres to these standards. This is why we need the private sector unions or associations to come in. We need things like code of conduct, consumer protection code. How can we have this? Certificate of compliance to ensure that these players are compliant at all levels in private sector. And this is our agenda to support private sector and also the government, of course, through its agency, the Uganda National Bureau of Standards, to ensure that we have this put together. Even police, the enforcement arm of police. Many times, like I mentioned earlier, we leave out police and bring them on when it's the enforcement time. They cannot even distinguish which one. For them, they just run about grabbing everyone. So we need to train. It's very important to train so that we move as a team other than as individuals. We're also trying to look at establishing partnerships, national and international partnerships. How do we support? The issue has always been, it's very hard to reach government. It's very hard to reach private development partners. That's normally what private sector says. But now if you go on the side of development partners and government, they'll tell you it's very hard to reach private sector. Now, with NREP, we all sit together. We all come in together. And we discuss. For instance, we have now a discussion on some fishing solar ban. We have issues on how do we support private sector on the taxation, standards, so that we try to build harmony and strengthen partnerships. But also look at other international organizations and institutions to support the locals here. It's very important that if you notice, most of the business, especially private sector companies, our people are not trained in renewable energies. They're business people. Some are not even familiar with business management per se. They have their money, they can invest it, but they're not really familiar. Because energy is a bit tricky compared to other businesses. It's not a business you're going to invest in today and straight away make profits. If you meet many private sector players, they'll tell you, banks are not giving us loans. But when banks come to workshops like this, of this kind, they'll tell you we have these packages designed for energy, renewable energy projects and companies. Please come and borrow the money. So the debate is there. How do we strengthen? Last year we launched at the conference, we launched a $5 million funding from Electrify. This is a European Union program that was coming to inject money to support local companies, startups, to have capital to develop and implement their businesses. Now, another one is conducting scientific and research studies. I mentioned earlier that the space of research is still wanting, very wanting. Data, very wanting. And I must say, it remains abstract for government to develop for us policies which are not data-based. Otherwise, we do never get to know how do we assess whether these policies have really achieved their intentions, why they were developed. We never have a policy audit. And this is somewhere where we need the private sector to come in handy and put government on a check. This policy has been adopted fine. At halfway its lifetime of 5 years, can we have an audit on how it's performing? Is it speaking to the purpose for which it was developed, or it's doing contrary? Do we have research? For instance, today, if you notice, we have very many biogas systems failing. We have very many solar systems failing. What's the problem? What do we have to look at? There's no research done. Okay, in my knowledge, there's none I've heard of. If it's done, maybe it's somewhere on the shelves of a university. So we need this information to come down. If we are doing research, can we share it with the private sector? There are very many business models that have been developed. But have we shared them with the target audience, the beneficiaries, to ensure that they're piloted, for instance, or adopted? So we are looking at research and also consolidating this information that has been shared. Data collection. What's available? Today, if you go in the solar space, let me start with UBOS. UBOS collects data. That's their obligation. But UBOS will tell you, we have this amount of solar systems installed. And trust me, some of those solar systems, they've now become decoration. It's just a solar panel there, but it's not operation. So we need to know, as UBOS does its research, what is failing? Is it the solar panel? Is it the batteries? Is it the inverters? What exactly is happening? But by me telling us that 37% of electrification is by off-grid, you are counting 5 homes which have decoration in the name of solar panel as being electrified because of come during the day. But in the night they're using the kerosene lamp. So we need to have clear information data, which speaks to our real situation. And how do we follow up? Because if we have this real data and we know that it's the solar panels failing, for instance, if you look at the installation of solar panels, on standard, we should be living at minimum 10 to 11 centimeters from the roof to allow air flow to cool the solar panels. But if you go about, you find most of the solar panels are directly fixed on the rooftop. The ceilings are losing heat. The solar panel is losing heat because the solar panel has the operating temperature it has to be in, between normally 25 to 60. So the higher the temperature, the lower the efficiency. So when the temperature the solar cells are heated up, the temperature the solar panel will not deliver. And before long, someone will be complaining. But why? We do not have trained technicians, certified technicians, installers, to do this. Secondly, we've not come to a point where we have a standard in installation that if a company X has given a quotation of a system they want to install for a household, and the household is negotiating, please reduce for me, we do not compromise standard. Many times you'll find the wire gauge has been revised, the length of the wires. There are very many people, if you travel around, take time and go up country, you'll find solar batteries are fixed in the ceiling. The battery is put in the ceiling, but we all know that a battery should be put in a cool place because it releases heat. It has to be cold. But you're putting it in a ceiling which is at 40, 50 degrees, meaning that it cannot release its heat, but it's taking in. 2 months, it is blown. Once it blows up, you're going to spend again more money. You try to save 10,000 on wires, now you have to spend 500,000 on buying a new battery. So we need also to give this kind of logic for people to understand. So at MREP, we're looking at 5 thematic areas, which is technology development and deployment. We want to see how best can we support the advancement in development and deployment of the technology. Also, we're looking at training. So we have already started to try to see, to connect, to match universities with private sector players, companies, connect universities with government, so there is that kind of blending and support, development partners working together. I don't know if we have some lecturers here today. Any lecturer here? Wonderful. It's very important because from what I've said, someone must have already gotten some topics for research. And that's why we need them. Yes, but I'm also a lecturer. So what I'm speaking is what I know on either side. So it's very important that these topics are taken back for students to look into. Probably you could give us solutions, and when you get answers, invite us to listen in so that we can take these answers forward. So I said second is training, research and communities of practice. 3 is policy, planning, standards, quality, institution and markets. We're trying to see how do we support. Of course, I mentioned about policy. That's the responsibility of government. But of course, when private sector comes through and says, this policy is hard on us, we need to revisit this. We engage stakeholders. We normally have stakeholder interministerial dialogues. We've had several on pay-as-you-go. Pay-as-you-go has been actually one of the prominent schemes that have supported access to electricity through solar home systems. And since 2016 to date, it has stagnated. Its growth is now by 1% every year. And I think with COVID, it must have gone flat. Because some of the companies like Solar Now, that were at the forefront of pay-as-you-go, have withdrawn from that tier and have gone to tier 3 and tier 2 and tier 3 technologies. They've also changed their business model from business to customer to business. So we also need to look into that. Should we abandon the pay-as-you-go? But I know that the World Bank is working on developing a pay-as-you-go toolkit to see how we can advance. So there's still more room for that. I've already mentioned the standards, I don't have to repeat. Access to finance. I think one of the white elephant in the room is access to finance when you're talking about private sector. They will tell you don't have access to finance. But many times, you also ask the private sector, how are your books of accounts? Are your books in order? Because no bank, no one will just give you their money just because they have it when your paperwork is not clear. Some of our businesses are not, first of all, they don't have certification from like UNBS. They don't have books well kept. So institutions like Uganda Electricity Credit Capitalization Company are putting in place funding. We have now the one coming on Energy Access Scale-Up Program, where they've put into consideration technical assistance to support capacity building, to train private sector companies on how to, on bookkeeping, on how to apply for these funds. And I know very soon, I've seen Mr. Dan Maron, and I know there is Mr. Kalema, Engineer Kalema from private sector. I know these are discussions also having on the side with ECCC to see how it will be supported. Several banks have now set aside facilities to support private sector. But a time is going to come where we need also, now I put it back to the academia team here, can you also look into that? Why is it that the funds are not accessed by private sector? What exactly is happening? What are some of the reasons? And those who have received the funding, how is it going? Because many times the officers from banks come and tell us we have soft loans for these businesses, and you can access them at a low interest rate. But when the companies go to the banks, they actually give them the ordinary loans, which are the flat rate of maybe 2022. Yet when they come to speak to us, they tell us 14 and 15. Who's not giving us the right information here? So the last one is information and knowledge hub. And I think this is where our partners and sisters at CREEC come in. I know they've always wanted to lead on this thematic group of information and knowledge hub. I think Dr. Susan will be coming in time. But yeah, I know they've been requesting to be at the forefront of knowledge and information and knowledge hub management. And that's why we have yesterday the discussion on digitalization of renewable energy. We are also developing an online platform to support on data management, knowledge sharing. Most of us here, the information that is available is for sale. And most people cannot afford. For instance, academic papers written about Uganda cost $30 each. And how many of our students here can spend $120,000 buying a single paper? You know, I've written my own papers about 10 on Uganda. And when I look at those that look at them, I think I've only found 2 Ugandans. And one of them I personally shared the papers. But they could not buy. So that's another thing we need to discuss, to see, can we really have at least all the papers written about Uganda, can we buy them? So that if we have students, our students here, can access them through our institutions. Can it be accessed through NREP or maybe CREEC? So that our students can have information. Otherwise, they'll end up doing research on things that have already been researched. And from the academic angle, that's not research. Something already undertaken cannot be researched. So when it comes to collaboration, it's critical to look at all existing and potential stakeholders who share the same vision and purpose. So, talking about collaboration, I've highlighted all the troubles we have. Right? If there's one I've missed out, you can remind me later. But I think I've tried to pinpoint all the troubles we have in this sector. And if any one of us here is a doctor, medical doctor per se, they'll be telling us you need to go to ICU for support system. So we have several catalysts that we can look at. We can look at the problem at hand. We can look at the shared visions. We can look at existing and stated outcomes. The problem is, we know, if we are going to look at advancing adherence to standards, there are very many bodies and organs interested in taking that one. Can we collaborate on that line? If it's about assuring that everyone, last mile citizen, is electrified, we have very many programs, projects, very many funders that are willing to support. Can we build those collaborations with them and have a framework to guide us based on the problem we have, the purpose, and the vision? So, and it's also crucial to move from problem-driven to vision-driven collaborations. Can we start with the problem? Because the problems are many. We have very many. And I anticipate, because I gave examples of biogas and solar. Biogas, regardless of resource people have, cow dung, agricultural waste, and municipal waste, people are hesitant to take up biogas. What's the reason? Of course, one will say it's labor intense. Well and good. Because you have to feed the digester based on the design. If it's continuous or batch, that's depending on your design and how they've taken it through. But also, are our people aware of what biogas installation and utilization of biogas could mean to their lives? That has not been yet captured. And solar is taking the same line. People are becoming biased about solar. Extremely biased. Because they've been given poor quality products and at a very high price. I remember some years back, my mom bought this plug and play system and she spent close to $1 million. You're paying in installments. They told her you finish your payment in February. She paid. They told her, no, it's 12 more 5 months. There's no transparency. So they are, they are abusing our people. Someone ends up, instead of paying 500,000, pays 900,000. Yet in the agreement, they agree that the installment should only cost 500. Who's checking on this? Who's following up to ensure that our people are protected? So we've left it at the hands of the seller to decide. So if the vision is to ensure that we have electrification everywhere, it's very important to look at that and look at the funding available. So the platform provides common elements of collaboration. Namely, we can look at the ground. What's the bedrock? What do we look at? The bedrock of the collaboration is, diversification. As a country, we have very many renewable energy resources and with big potential. But some of them are sleeping dormant. Other than having geothermal in Kitagata for showering, there's nothing we are doing with geothermal as yet. We have wind. Initially, the measurements for wind potential had indicated we don't have capacity to develop. They had said our wind speed is around 3 to 4 meters per second. But the latest study indicates that our speed actually is in around 7 to 7.5 meters per second in the Karamoja region. And I know that several companies have come up to develop hybrid systems of solar and wind, and some are also looking into production of green hydrogen using that, because the demand for energy there is not yet grown. So they're looking at using production of hydrogen to store it. So we could look at, if we are looking at the grounding, we could look at awareness. Awareness. How many people, people confuse electric pressure cookers for rice cookers. Dr. Susan, very many people are confusing the technologies you're advancing in pressure cookers for rice cookers. And do we have a standard? Do we have standards for EPCs yet? How can we make these things known? Another thing, we need to move out of Kampala. These Chamageros know about these things. And every day we invite him. I've had him in almost all conferences. So he knows enough of EPCs. Let's also now start to go out. Yes. Chamagero knows. But if we tell the mother about EPCs, Chamagero will bite for the mother. But now he knows about it and is quiet about it. So we need now to go down. Mr. Maro, if we go down in the village and we talk to the old people there, and your mom calls you every day, Mwana Wanga, I want that thing, you go out of your comfort zone and buy it for her. But until we have the last mile person know about what we are advancing, it's going to stay a Kampala thing. I went to Chazanga, and people there don't know about briquettes. They've never seen briquettes and they don't know about them. You tell them about biogas, it's like you're talking about a movie. These things are hurting, right? To you, so you're laughing. But it's like a doctor comes here and starts to speak those cardiological, whatever, terminologies. And like, excuse me, which language is that? So even now, when we speak renewables, another issue with renewable, by the way, is the language. Language. We are still challenged on how to translate, change these terminologies to muntu wansi abiteke, to understand. So the core for, I've talked about the grounding, which is looking at awareness, affordability, market creation, and policy frameworks. The core foundation, the shared purpose and destiny of the collaborative efforts. We want to enhance sales. So, for instance, many times people fear collaborating because they say, company X and company Y, we are all selling charcoal stoves. We are all selling EPCs. How can we collaborate? If you feel you can't collaborate with X and Y, if you're doing EPCs, you can collaborate with one selling ethanol cookers, so that each of you is selling a different technology. But you know what it brings? You're doing advertisement. You're doing these awareness campaigns and sensational campaigns. It's expensive individually. But if we collectively go together, Chamagero will bring 50%, I'll bring 50%. We go out to Chazanga or Masaka, hold a one-day open day market, sensitization day. Sensitize people, show them how EPCs work, how ethanol cookers work. We demonstrate, and we are back in Kampala. We've created awareness. But if you're to go alone, yes, you'll man it alone, but even in the pocket, you'll man it alone. So we can build on these synergies. You can build on these collaborations on different technologies. EPCs working with ethanol cookers and maybe solar cookers. We now have companies that have technologies that are completely reliant on solar for cooking. So all those three are all talking about cooking, but with different technologies. The outcomes, the third element we need to look at is the outcomes. What do we expect from these collaborations? What should be achieved by implementing or by working through a collaboration? Emphasis could be maybe advancing electrification rate, people to access electricity if it's mainly like solar. Modern cooking technologies, if you're looking at cooking technologies, could be energy efficiency. I remember back in the days in the early 2000, when government, Ministry of Energy was implementing that project of giving out energy efficient lights. I must have been in primary by then. So they came and were telling us, you know, these lights live longer, these lights are cheaper, are brighter. But that wasn't the point. I think that's not energy efficiency. Right? Energy efficiency was substituting the ordinary bulbs we had, which were releasing, they release close to 95% heat. So you want light, but you're gaining heat. You're not cooking yourself. So the point is to explain to someone that, look, this light makes the place uncomfortable. Comfortability. It gives more heat than light. However, this one gives you light, and it even consumes less energy. So you still have the light you want, but at less energy consumption. And of course, the last one should be the processes and contextual factors that we consider, like standards, language we are using, the culture. I talked about the issue of culture and behavior for people here, talking about kidney cooking especially. When it comes to cooking, the challenge, the men are like, no man, we're going to eat food cooked on charcoal and firewood. We're going to get the aroma. Yes, well and good, but we need also to explain why. What are the side effects coming with you sticking to firewood? You know, the impact, the effect it has on your daughters, your wives. You don't want, you know, the chronic disease, you know, the World Health Organization has reported that we have lots of people dying in sub-Saharan Africa due to pollutants coming from use of charcoal and firewood. So can we try to use this data available to speak to these people? And as I finalize, if you look at the impacts, some of the impact that we could have through collaborations is about real people impacts. Behavior change. That should be key. Behavior change. I'm a person who believes in the school of thought that it's not only about affordability, it's awareness. I've been giving an example. Let's talk to the grandmother, the grandson will buy. The grandmother will not afford. Because YouBot tells us the average income of a household in rural areas is about $250. That's less than $100 a month. And for urban centers is $400,000 a month. And it says that I think it's about less than 10 or 5% of Ugandans earn over $1 million a month, based on YouBot's data. And what's funny, in rural areas, out of our income, they spend 3.5% on energy-related costs. And urban centers, we spend 4% of our monthly income on energy costs. Now, if you look at someone earning 400,000, spending 4%, that's around how much? If you look at someone earning 250, spending 3, it's literally spending less than 20,000 on energy. That's why they are sticking on firewood. They can easily go in someone's forest, pick the trees, the sticks, and cook. And you're coming with an EPC, you're coming with ethanol for cooking, you're coming with whichever technology, which is going to cost them big chunk. So you've got to find ways of changing their behavior. For someone to say no, and that's a challenge we have with cooking, by the way. With the lighting, it's easier because someone is going from expenditure to expenditure. You have to buy kerosene, you have to buy candles. So now you're going to buying solar. But with firewood, someone is picking firewood from their garden, free of charge. And you're telling them to abandon their free firewood to buy an EPC. To abandon their free firewood to buy briquettes. That's why we're still having a challenge with cooking. And that's why you find traditional biomass is still accounting for close to 90 of our cooking energy. So another one is policy development. One of the outputs of collaboration should be, how do we work on the policies? Can we have our voices heard? That should be the impact we see in the end of a collaboration or in the journey of the collaboration, that we influence policies. And private sector should know that they have a big role to play in the energy space. That they should speak, but you cannot speak if you're divided. I should give an example. When you see teachers and doctors, they stand up one day and say, hey, we're not going to class unless this is done. We're not going back to hospital until this is done. And someone listens. Trust me, today in energy sector, you can't do it. You can't. There's no way. Because you are divided. But you need to have a single voice as private sector. Another one is system development. Through these collaborations, we can support these organizations, agents, and groups to structure, to have a clear work plan, have clear bookkeeping, have good structures for their institutions. Many people cannot bid for funding today because their institutions are shaky. They don't have the documentation. So collaborations are to support. For instance, if an institution, the private sector, is to collaborate with like CRIC will help them in some ways. CRIC does tests. They would help you. How do we help you to improve your technology? Let's test your charcoal stores. Then you need to improve this. You need to improve that. And in the end of the collaboration, you've benefited. Not necessarily in financial terms, but in skill-wise. In the process that you use to develop to produce your products. Another one is the resources. These collaborations help us a lot in especially raising funds. I was at a meeting by the Uganda National Alliance on Kidney Cooking, and someone asked if we needed 50,000 cook stoves, which of your companies can supply it? And they said you don't have a single company to supply that. But I believe if 5 companies or 10 came together, they can produce that 50,000 cook stoves. That's what collaboration would really help us with. That you come together and beat demand together. If it's a bidding, it's a project, you can bid together, put together your paperwork. I've seen many universities do it. A university, Makerere, will work with Chambogo, work with Dar es Salaam University. They bid for a project. And they have the funds come, and they've already stipulated how each of them, which role they will be playing. And thank you very much for listening. I know that the talk has been long. Forgive me, that's for the teachers who speak a lot. But on behalf of NREP, I'd want to appreciate CRIC for inviting us and all the partners for putting this together. It's very important to keep our people informed. And I believe that at the end of the 3 days, someone will go out of this workshop with some information to share, to impact his society. But the first society we have is our households. Let's change the behavior in our homes. Let's look at energy management. If you're not going to spend, start with home energy management in your house. Very many people are extravagant and they complain that electricity is very expensive. But you find someone, there are 2 people in the house of 5 bedrooms and all lights are on, but these 2 people in the living room. Then they will say we spend a lot on electricity, but the light in the bedroom is on, the lights in the washroom is on, the kitchen is on, everywhere the lights are on. Why are you lighting? Who is seeing? Who is using the light? Just start yourself. Manage your own energy. Once you succeed at managing your energy, you understand how much you can save a month. Thank you very much, and for God and my country.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nicholas. But given that we are in a space for collaboration, I'm sure there are questions. So if you have questions, just raise your hand. Tell us where you come from and what you do, and ask questions. It took us from here to Timbuktu and back, to Dubai and back, policy and back, financing, funding and back, programming, design, and back. I'm going to request Dr. Nicholas to come back here for purposes of benefiting this team. My colleague is going to take around the microphone. Kindly raise up your hand, say your name, what you do, and your question in a bit.
Wow. Questions are too many already.
Yes, good morning. I'm Dalumi Mark from Uganda Christian University. I was doing civil and environmental engineering. So yeah, Dr. Nicholas, could there be any plan of utilizing waste to energy? But this is basically from the landfills, because most of this waste I see goes to, it's not really used, it's left just there. This is in Entebbe, I've seen in Kampala. So could there be any plan at least? Thank you.
Questions and then take a couple of them and then. So then you can take like 4 and answer that.
Okay, thank you. I am Gilbert Ngoma from Congo Brazzaville. So I have maybe 3 questions for you. So I would like firstly to know what is the capacity of, the rate radiation. The rate radiation.
Radiation?
Yes, radiation, the rate. Because you say that there is the lack of technician in the domain of solar panels, and I mean that we cannot have the good technician if there is if they don't know the rate radiation of your country. And secondly, I would like to know what is the policy that you have in the sector of renewable energy in your country to attract government. What is the policy that you have, those who are in the renewable sector, okay, to attract government? I mean, to help them in their sector. If there is the policy or not, and what you can do to attract the government. And the last one is, so did you already conduct the study, the technical study, economic, in the domain of solar panel? Is to make maybe the balance between the kilowatt hour, do you pay to the government and those who want to use solar panels? Yes, thank you.
The question is
a study of technical economy. Yes. To see the balance between the kilowatt that I can pay to the government, the national grid, or to use solar panel.
Person who ideally has not gone to school, has not gone to class, how do you convince him or her to uptake or use renewable energy? You may not tell him how many papers or academic papers you have published, because those may not matter. You may not tell him how many households are using renewable energy, so that he feels, okay, I can go for it. But can we do some experiments. Do these experiments with the local communities. On the project where my my funding for PhD is attached, we hope that as we go forward, we'll work with communities and established, this can be established groups that already have interests in renewable energy, and we'll do some bit of stakeholder mapping to understand what are these views of individuals and how would they want to see renewable energy look like in their context. I think I can stop there. It may not be a question for you to answer, but something that you can comment about. Thank you.
Should I first take those 5? Before I forget the answers.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. And this means, for instance, for starters, for those that say they were teachers, you know that when a class asks questions, it means they've been following what you've been saying. And it speaks to the fact that almost everyone has been referencing or referring to what I've said. So it means that what I said has sunk in and it has kind of intrigued people to think outside the box. Thank you very much. I will start with Mark. Any plans to utilize waste to energy, especially in the landfills? We have a project ongoing now. It's called, it's a NAMA project. NAMA project, and they've been going around the country, you know, assessing waste produced in towns and municipalities. And so the point is they're trying to look at the possibility of utilizing this waste for energy, not only like gas, but even electricity generation. So there's that ongoing, and it's under the ministry. It's the ministry in partnership with I think UNDP is sponsoring the project, and I also know they are currently developing a biogas strategy for Uganda for the next 5 years. So it will be out, I think, in a couple of weeks, if not a month. So there is work ongoing to utilize the waste. And truthfully, we have a lot of waste, which is a feedstock for both biogas production, but even transform to electricity generation. Ngoma, Mr. Ngoma. What's the solar radiation rate for Uganda? Uganda has between 5.1 to 5.4 kilowatt hour per square meter. So, meaning that for every meter, we have a possibility of generating 5.1 kilowatts. Of course, if you factor in the aspects of the efficiency of the solar panel you're using, it's not, you can't have all that. That's the ultimate we can have. But we cannot always achieve that. And also know that in the end that what you get will depend, of course, the solar panel you've used. It's understandable that monocrystalline and photocrystallines have different performance. So all those other factors come in. But I also mentioned earlier the temperature as another factor that affects how your system will perform. But on a larger scale, on the national level, our radiation is 5.1 to 5.4 kilowatt hour per square meter. The policy to attract the government to support the private sector, is that right? Yeah, so if you notice, even if you look at, I'll just refer to the National Electrification Strategy, where the government has acknowledged that actually the private sector is a pillar in advancing energy access, particularly renewable energies. And government itself has said that so far, private sector is accounting for 2/3 of electrification in this country. Grid is only offering 19%, and the off-grid is about 38%. So in that space, if you look at that figure, which the government reports, I said I'm not accountable to the figures because I cite. Yes, Dr. Susan. So, but that has been mainly through the private sector players like Harry highlighted. And the point now is we are developing the energy policy. It has already been drafted. It's under review now to see how best we have the private sector. And I know if Mr. Dan can speak to us, he will tell us that they've already been contacted to submit their contributions to the policy at different levels, either as private players or as associations that represent private players, so that their views can also be incorporated in the policy so that it's an all-round policy. But of course, some of the issues that have been raised mainly are issues to do with taxation. That's what private sector is mainly concerned about. They want the first for VAT, waivers, import whatever taxes waived. So there are all those discussions around. And also I know that there's been an issue to offer some subsidies to support some of these private companies. The risk, especially in the finance, access to finance, there's a couple of de-risking through the UECCC that offers funds. There's a question on economic study on PV, solar PV in Uganda, its affordability. Is that what you're referring to? I think even without looking at the level, first question, the resource potential for Uganda, and comparing it with that of Germany. Germany has around 3.5 kilowatt hour per square meter. Here we have 5 point. If it's feasible in Germany, which has 2.5, it's obviously feasible here. Uganda has a solar, we have solar days about 330 a year. 330 days a year we receive sunshine. So if you look at the levelized cost, frankly speaking, you're going to be in the profits. And from the different studies I've personally done, solar is very feasible in Uganda. The challenge is when it comes in the concern of battery storage, because batteries are very expensive. If you're going to consider the autonomy of the battery system, depending if you want to make it 2 days, that makes it more costly because you have more battery stacks. But if you're going to have a single day autonomy, you're not going to meet very many costs. And I know that at the moment, speaking about the policies, the government is looking at net metering to allow private producers to also feed back into the grid. At the moment, we have a pilot project at Kololo Airstrip managed by Nexus Green. And I know that Nexus Green will also be piloting about other 20 projects to see how best to do net metering. But then I will put it back to the academia in the house. Let's look at the feasibility, look at the stability of our grid. No, these I'm talking about intermittent resources, solar. How will it affect? Will we still have the frequency and voltage sustained? Do we have enough reserve to shock absorb any challenge in case we have an abrupt outage of solar generation? And which lines? Probably we can work closely with Electricity Regulatory Authority and identify lines, feeders where we can connect our supply. I think that academia can help us. Mr. Justus from MUST, you are also happen to have been MUST, so I'm glad to know that you've traveled all that far to come and be part of this discussion. How do you convince the last mile person? You know, this is a very big question. How do you convince? I'll tell you, when it comes to renewable, and that's the challenge, where I will challenge the engineers. The engineers are good in the labs. And I mentioned, if you remember right, I mentioned you need social scientists who understand the technology, because the social scientist goes between the science and the society. Me, when I started explaining my levelized cost, energy efficiency, capacity factor, this last mile person will not understand these terminologies. So the person with social science will come and say, you see, this is what you're going to get. In a language you can understand. I mentioned that with renewables, we are still struggling with the terminologies to translate. But a social scientist already can come up with phrases that speak to the fact and can speak, because, you know, convincing someone is speaking to their emotions. If someone has been struggling with breath, and you tell them, look, the struggle you have with breath is because of firewood. And it's costing you a lot of money. How much do you spend on your medical bills? That you see, you don't buy firewood, but you're spending a lot on health. Your kids are always struggling. You're now developing asthma. But you see, if you can use an EPC, you can use briquettes, you can use this, you minimize the pollutants that you breathe in, and trust me, your health status will change. So it's speaking to the fact what they are faced against what you're yielding. I think those were the first 5. We have another round.
Thank you very much for a very interesting and wide-ranging talk. I'm going to defend academia here a little bit about the inaccessibility of academia. Together working with Creek and our other partners in Tanzania, Congo-Brazzaville, and also with partners within the private sector, what we've tried to do within the project is build up a range of resources that are accessible. So, for example, we have two-week courses, massive open online courses that are free of charge. One on bioenergy, one on microgrids. The research output on design for microgrids, PIE-Plan, is free of charge. It's open access, it's on the web. We pay the publishers of the academic journals to make our papers open access, so anyone can download them. So my question is, why is nobody taking advantage of these free resources? They are there. For the microgrids, we've had about 350 people only who a 2-week course. Bioenergy, a bit more. There's about 2,500 people have attended that open course. What can we do? What can you do? What can people in this room do to make these people aware that these resources exist and they're free of charge? You don't have to pay. They're there.
Thank you very much. My name is Avi Timushi from University of Dar es Salaam. So I'm a lecturer. I usually call myself a teacher. Avi Timushi from University of Dar es Salaam. So one, I'd like to commend you for the excellent talk. Actually, I followed you through, and you didn't have any guiding notes. So I would like to learn that. That's very interesting. And another, actually, I wanted to know, do you think it's possible for us, teachers or lecturers or whatever, engineers, to, okay, so my question actually is, how soon, like for example, being optimistic, do you think it can be bridge this gap between us and them? Because yesterday I was talking to, I think Chamage, right? And actually he also asked this, he said, why you people always work in silos? And I said, yeah, we talk a lot in our heads, and we finish all the talking, and then we don't have anything to say to anyone. And it hurts us, and it's bad, we know. But I would like to get your take, like how soon do you think, for example, for Uganda can like Creek really bridge the gap so that my grandmother or your grandmother over there, they embark, or the husbands that you are telling, they now say, okay, now let's use this, EP, yeah, instead of just charcoal and everything. Thank you.
The academia are now asking questions, and they always ask hard questions. None of them is asking like simple one. They first give a preamble and give you a hard one.
My name is Yusuf Ada from Dar es Salaam Institute of Technology, Tanzania. I'm an electrical engineer. First of all, I would like to congratulate you for the wonderful speech. I think everyone was making a follow-up on it. Actually, I have got almost 4 questions which are not directed to you, but also to us as the stakeholders of renewable energy. So some of the questions is like we have to answer those questions, we as the stakeholders, not only Dr. Brian. So first, you said the renewable energy sector is fragmented. So what actually causes this fragmentation in the renewable energy sector? So we as stakeholders should ask ourselves what actually causes a fragmented situation in the renewable energy sector, not only in Uganda, but also in other East African countries, even in Tanzania. This has been experienced. This is the first one. The second one is, you said there have been so many research findings done in renewable energy by the those who in academics. So, but how far have these research been undertaken or implemented in this situation? I think all of us know that most of the research findings are not put into action. So what are we going to do to implement these research findings so that they can bring impacts to our society? And the third one is, what actually are we going to do to bring the stakeholders in renewable energy together so that we can work together, we can be sharing ideas together? What are we going to do to bring the stakeholders together? And the other...
Access to modern, affordable, reliable energy is a key United Nations Sustainable Development Goal. But in Africa, electricity is in short supply and power cuts are frequent. Only about 20%...
the policies which are not data-based. So what actually is the problem there? But also this can be witnessed in other East African countries, not only Uganda. The policies are just a vote which are not data-based. So what actually do we think as stakeholders the problem? So this we should ask this ourselves as the stakeholders. And the last one is there has been a problem in funding. Most of the funds have been directed to government sectors and not to private sectors. So what are we going to do to change this one? What are we going to do to make sure that the private sectors get the funds so that they can implement their projects and bring the positive impacts in our society? Thank you.
Let's go for the
Can we first take those ones? Hey, they're very many. I have about 7 now.
So we can take 2 more questions and then we can take a break. Yes. So we shouldn't have information over there.
I first answer is wait for.
Answer those and then turn them before.
Yeah, I think there are 2 gentlemen that have been putting up.
Okay, let's have those 2 and then he responds once you take.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. Andrew Jongo from ASEC. Doctor, you're from NREP. I think when NREP was launched, we were invited, and I'm glad to tell you that I belong to one of the thematic groups.
That's wonderful.
And that is training and community of practice. Doctor, my concern, because the whole issue of government bringing NREP was maybe bringing that collaboration in the renewable energy sector.
Yes.
But ever since we launched that platform, we don't see much work. We don't see much work. But I don't remember the other thematic groups. I'm only interested in mine. But I think why we are brought together is to actually come up together from the different players so that we can have some success in this sector. And then what is now as a question is that when we were launching that NREP last year, I think one of the biggest challenges we zeroed on was the issue of research. It came out so much from the different breakout sessions. And we from the civil society side, you from government, most of the times when we do research, it is always trashed by government. It is always referred to as non-traditional sources of what? Of data. So I have here an issue, because if we are all doing research, is there a way we can come up with a central depository, like a toolkit? Is there a way a government can come up with a central depository toolkit where we can put our research? Thank you. Because every time you keep on trashing our research, you're referring it as secondary or non-traditional. Thank you.
Good morning. I think my question is going to Chamagiro.
Thank you for saving me.
But you also may be included. Yes, you've been saying so many things that are really valuable to, say, the person in the village, even the companies that are running all these businesses. But you know, in such a workshop, your message is at the moment just restricted within this, or for those who are just hearing and they have to carry it to wherever they're going. We have, one of the challenge, of course, reaching out to the people is the avenue, or how do we reach out, given that there are different languages. I come from academia, as well as within some of these companies operating, doing these similar businesses. But as we have been talking about, how do we reach the locals in the villages? But there must also be channels, and then that question now comes to Chamangelo. Why are the media not giving platforms for such people who can communicate things that can transform a local person, things that can inform a local person about what is going on and what must be done? What we only see in most of the talk shows, government officials coming to defend things that are going wrong, but not, this is how we should do it. Why are we not having dedicated talk shows related to energy, and yet we know it affects all of us?
Your name, please?
My name is Opio Innocent Milia. I'm a PhD student at Makerere, and also I sit at Creek, and I'm being funded under ACERA.
Thank you. This round of questions was mainly dominated by academia. And boy, they have had questions. But I think there's one lady, we should give a chance to a lady. It's only men that have been asking. Let's be fair and gender sensitive. Otherwise, Dr. Susan will throw me out of here if I don't allow ladies to speak.
Thank you for your good presentation. My name is Dr. Amaka Ismail. I'm beneficial of ACERA project. I have only one question. I believe that solar cook stove is very expensive.
Access to modern, affordable, reliable energy is a key United Nations
business company to make a solar cook stove.
Thank you very much. I promise you I have over 10 questions here. I think I have 11 of them. I'll try to run through them first since they've already mentioned break. People want to run out. The first one was from, I didn't get his name, Dr. John. Yeah, so I didn't get your name. Dr. John was saying they've been making arrangements to make this information and resource open source and duly accessible and available to people, but people have not been accessing. I think that one way that we can do what he says, why is it that no one is taking up this, and what should we do? I think one we can do is publicizing, more publicity, especially through the universities. We can, because universities are the main beneficiaries in this, and also for every student in the university has around another 10 friends around. May I believe if we can use the university students to disseminate its information, it goes further. Every student, for instance, we are 7 siblings. If I came across some information, I can share with my other 6 siblings to look at. But if I don't know it, they will not. So if we can start with the universities, we can pass it through the departments. Other thing is through webinars. You know, we can have webinars communicating and discuss, talk about the things. I think that's one way we can use. And of course, like attending these workshops, I know someone here didn't know about that, but when they go back, they will visit the Creek website to look out for those avenues. So I think that's one way. There is Mr. Aviti. He said, how soon can we bridge the gap between academia and other stakeholders? Yeah? And I think this is where we need to be in such fora. I've noticed that many workshops, that's why I've not asked how many private sector players are here. I asked how many people from academia are here. Because they discuss problems. And this is where we pick the topics. And these very people, the likes of Dr. Susan that have invited us, we need to invite them and tell them, when I attended your workshop in 2023, these are the problems I noted. I've given them to students, and today 5 of them are defending some of their research in line with that. Bring it back to these very people. And I believe from Dr. Susan and the rest, they will be taken down, disseminated, so that we speak and bring, whoever gives us a problem, we give them the solution. But the moment you come up with a solution and you don't deliver it to the person facing the problem, it's no impact. Just a pile of paper in your office and maybe libraries. And also we need to stop this mentality of keeping research in shelves. Let's put on the line. We tell students, go and search the internet, but yet our research is back on the shelves in the library. No one is about to read those 600 pages in your library. We all look on the internet and we find someone in the UK, German, has done these things. So why when I reference you? When your research is behind you in your office, not even anyone can access it. So let's put on our website pages, let's share to those decision makers, let's engage them in this defense. I've been encouraging universities that when you're having a defense day like Viva for PhD, where the topic is about energy, invite some people from the Ministry of Energy so that they can hear their tickle. Let them even ask questions to the student. It's one way of even bridging the gap, creating opportunity for the students. Many chances you invite in private sector, a man like Mr. Dan Morrow will say, yeah, we have, my company can hire this student to help us with this problem. But if you've not invited him, when the student takes his paper to him, he doesn't have any interest. But if you have seen him firsthand defending his research, he already sees the confidence. By the time a student brings his CV and manuscripts and whatever, the gentleman knows about him. I think that's one way we can do it. And if we really effectively engage these meetings and workshops, we shall soon bridge the gap. Mr. Yusuf, what causes fragmentation in the renewable sector? We have different interests, like I mentioned earlier. We have different interests. If you ask the people in the private sector, they will tell you, initially there was one association. Then another person came up and said another association. So everyone has an interest. And we've divided the private sector, if I talk on the private sector. When it comes at the level of development partners, each of them has his own agenda. One comes and is talking about energy efficiency in industries. Another one comes and says energy efficiency in households. Another one comes and talks about productive use of energy in health facilities. So each of them has their line. And as each of them runs their race, they are going away from the others. That's why I said we need to consolidate. If government is the center point that connects private and development partner, let's always sit together. If we know, for instance, GIZ, UNDP, SNV, we sit together as development partners with private sector. And each of them share their view. Let's develop a work plan for a year, for 5 years. This is what we're going to be looking at. Because government has its targets. But it's not the starter if government is looking at household energy efficiency and a development partner comes to do industrial energy efficiency. Those are two different parallel. So even when you as a development partner invite ministry, they say, ministry, we are here to support. But literally they are making a physical appearance other than a commitment. Because what you're pursuing is contrary to what their interests are. So we also need to align our activities. That's why I'm saying academia, if you come and see what is happening, what's the government saying, what's the government partner saying, then align your research on that. Because whatever they are doing is for social transformation. Supporting, you're looking at sustainable livelihood change, improving the lives of people. Then how far are these research being adopted and implemented? That's a hard one. Because you don't even know how many research has been done. Since you don't know how much has been done, it's hard for me to tell how much has been adopted. That's why I said we need collaborations here. Let's first gather what is done. There's a company of business called JEEP, the Joint Energy and Development Program. They've been in existence for 40 years. They've been doing tremendous activities in the energy space. And I told them, look, I want to find a university so that for every project you've done, we assign 2 students to do internship or research on it, and to assess, do monitoring and evaluation of how those projects are performing. Are they still performing? The challenge we have is that many projects are designed 2 years project. So Mr. Chamagelo has a project to supply water in Ikamuri, some village X. 2 years is supplied. He said, but no, I'm giving you free water. 2 years for him, he has a checklist. We've implemented, we have provided water to 10 houses. Each of them has a meter. Now, after he has left 1 year, there's no follow-up. Is this water still flowing? Are people affording it? Because when you're offering it, you're giving a subsidy. But your project ends, there's no more subsidy. Are people still able to run this water? Did you make an impact or you just gave them an asset to look at actual liability? It's just in their compound line. The very issue with biogas. Development partners have given biogas systems to households. They've taken photos, they've given reports. Go back. In 2 years, 50% of them are dormant there. So they've not achieved the purpose. They've gotten their output, but the outcome, zero. The output will be installed. The outcome, have you improved the livelihood? Nothing. What are you doing? What are you going to do to bring the stakeholders together? So we like from the side of NREP, we've started to engage. I've mentioned that we've had different workshops, conferences, we've had webinars where we try to bring stakeholders. And I also believe it wasn't for NREP, Dr. Susan wouldn't have invited me. Meaning that we are already working together, we are coming together as stakeholders. And I know that she has been on several of my panels, and I've also had on several of webinars. So meaning, we're already trying, we're already doing this. But we're talking about a country which has very many players. So one day at a time. Today if you have Creek on your side, you have Unwe on your side, tomorrow you have Makere, you have Mobs. You grow by day. You don't expect everyone to come on board one day. And you should also know that many people want join when things are already running, not to be at the starting point of things. They want to see where there is life. What do you think? What do we think on the policies that are not data-based? I think that's also another point where I've invited all stakeholders to come. I don't know if academia was invited also give their views on this policy view. Because we have very many universities. We have Chambogo, we have Makere, we have Mobs, we have different universities, even Guru. They are doing things on energy. They need to come out, have their voice, speak to the police. They've done research. They are the people to present the data. Trust me, government does not have a research arm. Do you know any? Does anyone know the research arm of government in the name of energy? Of course, I know the Ministry of Agriculture does have nothing, but in the energy, we don't have. So we rely on a consultant. Which consultant may sit there and manufacture data? We don't have people who are doing research specifically inform. I've mentioned that UBOS does data, but what they do is for their interest, not to speak to the energy. Mr. Maro, does the data of UBOS speak to your expectation as an engineer in hydro space? So there are things that UBOS does not capture, that we should capture ourselves through academia and through pushing the government to establish a research arm that really collects data. How much of solar has been implemented, for instance, 2022? If you go to IRENA and look at the solar implementation for Uganda data, you'll be surprised. Some years we have zero. Some years we have constant value. Because they don't get the data. And you don't have anyone. If you ask the solar companies here to share, they will say no. You want to bring the taxmen here. So for them, they feel like sharing data is calling URA on them. And that's how we are struggling. If you want to invite people to bring funds to support, they want to see data. How is the sector performing? But if there's no data, a funder will not come here. And then we say people are not funding projects in Uganda. What are we going to do for private sector to get the funds? I think I've answered that as well. We need to get better. We need to get organized. And it's very easy. You know that the trust aspect is very key. Someone will not give you their money if they don't trust you. I think I was telling my brother Chamagel earlier on. Someone will not just give you. It's easier to give Dr. Susan money because Creek is established and everyone knows even if Dr. Susan disappears in the air, Creek will stay here. It's an institution. Yeah? So everyone can easily trust her. She's a signatory. Creek is there. Is UNREA, is the Hydro there? That if Maron is not there, the institution is here. Oh, because most of our companies are small companies. You know, the kind of loans or funding these people want to give, you cannot absorb because your capacity is still small. They look at your inflows, financial inflows, and This is small. So someone's like, no, I can't give you my money. But if you have a collaboration, you collaborated like 5 companies, put together your cash flow, put together your experience and projects you've run, you can easily bid and get the money. Then I come to Mr. Andrew. Andrew said, we don't see much work done by NREP. I think Dr. Susan should answer for me. Because, first of all, I'm here now speaking for NREP. NREP has been organizing workshops and webinars. I don't know if you've attended any. Absolutely. You know, I don't like to defend myself.
Because we expect the youth to kick off very fast.
I know. There's a lot that goes on that maybe. So, I can't say that quick. You know, quick starting is quite. I think if it was private sector things are quickly started, but we all in government. We all know the government we live in. So there are things that I know of a road in my village. I come from Zimbabwe. It's been coming on the budget for like 6 years. It's never been constructed, but it's in the budget. So, but every year they say it's going to be worked on. We're doing what we can do in our capacity. You also know that NREP is not entirely government driven. It's all stakeholder driven. Sometimes we're constrained by funds. Because I say I want to organize a workshop, for instance, I need to get funds. There are things that come up. I will give an example. We have now a ban on solar fishing lights, the LED lights. In the newspaper, it's not hard, but it's being implemented. And companies have been coming up that, man, we are suffering. We've been blocked. So I have now to look for someone to give me funds, to call together all these stakeholders. Sitting here is costly. I know Dr. Susan and the team, Dr. John, they've put together a lot of money to pull off this. But if you don't have money, petty cash there, to keep picking off and run around, it's hard. I want to call all stakeholders and engage. You do a follow-up. A recap, we had a conference in November. I want us to follow up on the recommendations that we are given. How do we go about? Because people have recommended that awareness is very key, access to finance is key, capacity building is important. Technical assistance. I need a budget, which I don't have as yet. So that kind of curtails me in some of the things I want to advance. But I do what I can at a minimum budget, like coming here, I can easily do that and can share my information. So don't put a rope on my neck as yet. Give me some more time to find the figures. Is there a way we can come up with a central deposit forum for all research? That's something we're trying to do. I know that we have UNCDF is trying to develop an online platform for NREP, but I also mentioned earlier that Dr. Susan has always been engaging with the commissioner to see how CRIC can lead on information knowledge hub management, which I know that the discussions are ongoing. Hopefully that goes through and you lead on this thematic key area. So that work is ongoing, and like I mentioned, we want to see how can we capture all this data, all the papers that have been written about Uganda, that our students and other researchers can easily access them. Is there a way, I think that I've answered, and this is from Innocent. How do we reach out to the locals in the villages? Each one of us here, like I've mentioned, they come from different areas. Today what I'm doing is, for those who are Christians and even Muslims, I've made disciples. And the disciples have to go out and share what they've learned. If sure you've learned something here and you sit on it, it's not my fault. I've done my part. Right? If you've learned something, or if there's something that has triggered you up, ignited something in your mind, go out and share about it. Be the change you want to see. Start it up. It's very okay if you organized your team in your village and invited us. I know Dr. Susan will come. I can also come. Let's come with some of these EPCs, come with the solar systems. I was asking Mr. Kalma, why didn't you bring biogas? Let's light the biogas here for people to have first-hand interface with biogas. But when people tell people biogas, they straight away think of cow dung, and they're biased. But what comes out? All we want is cooking gas. So next time maybe we shall be able to have some biogas packed in the bags and brought forward. Why doesn't media give platform to such people? That was given to Mr. Andrew Chamagero, and I think we've not yet given the media. Media is private sector. We've not given them money. It's private business. You don't have to. The last question is, someone wants to ask, but I think those will ask when we go for break. Let me first answer one and then you come. Ismail said, how do you encourage the companies to make solar cook stoves affordable? I think this is where when solar first came to Uganda, it was extremely expensive. By the way, solar used to cost about, a system was in millions. A small system was in millions, over $1,000 for a simple system. But now systems have gone as low as to $100. They've become affordable. The point is, the more the technology diffuses in the communities, the more it becomes cheap. Because the producer can produce more products and can have them sold off. I think those are from economic side. The other part is looking at the different business models. When solar was expensive, they adopted pay as you go. Today I know there's a company called Flex. They give you a system, like you're hiring the system. For you pay for the electricity you're consuming. They own the system. And if you say, I'm tired of it, they pick everything. They do maintenance, so you don't own. You're only paying for electricity like you pay for men. Though everything's theirs. The TV, whatever you ask for, continues to belong to them. So even the cook stoves, we could also devise other methods. Lease to own, hire, pay as you go. For those that can afford, can pay up front. I don't think Chamaga will give me any more minutes. Thank you very much. But for those that have questions, we can always discuss.
Let's clap for Dr. Nicholas again. That has been a mouthful, and I really want to appreciate all those who are tweeting from here. On my tweet deck, I've been following a couple of conversations. I really want to appreciate you. Pure innocent language in terms of data dissemination. Yesterday when we had a panel here, we agreed that we need to train locals renewable energy in their mother tongue. That's the closest you're going to be in position to disseminate it. If we speak MPs, KWT, the language, if we can break it in the local languages, we'll be in position to disseminate better. Why don't media give innovative kind of conversations like this time? I think you've not understood the power of media as innovators. You guys are in academia, you are innovators, you're brilliant. You don't know how to market yourselves. It's that clear. And you don't understand how media works. So I think you just need to work in teams, find people who are good at marketing what you do. If you want to understand that innovators don't understand it, when you tell them to explain it during the exhibition, you'll see they know how to explain it. When you tell them to convert that into a business sense, hey, they say, yeah. So you need to find teams that can bring them. Then secondly, there is a notion that you're in New York, that something is good, media will find it. We're in Africa, third world country. You have to blow your trumpet. So find allies in the newsroom. Again, I said the media is expensive. 1 second on NTV costs 87,000 Ugandan shillings. 1 second. That's why adverts are 30 seconds. To have a talk show of 1 hour, it is 18 to 25 million Ugandan shillings. It's expensive. But find allies in the newsroom. The Minister of Energy at times does not book time, but they will call me, they say, find the allies. The other thing why we don't give this kind of conversation to our country, I think most media practitioners have not been trained on how to cover renewable energy. So we have a lot of ignorant fools before cameras and radios politicizing every agenda. It's a pain, but I keep talking about it, that as a country in the media we need ideological grounding. Where are we going besides being alarmists? And I want to tell you this, I work in media, but if you want to stay sane, don't watch TV, don't listen to radio, just go and do your stuff. You understand? You want to be sane, don't watch TV, don't listen to radio. Wake up in the morning, listen to good podcasts, go innovate. Because the media is designed to scare you that nothing is working in this country. Money is stolen here, so and so. It's bickering. So it is just to make you get off the grid that you don't focus more. Yes, I work on TV, I don't watch TV, just so you know. Because we are trained to unplug and disconnect to focus better. But we can bridge this. How? Yesterday I shared a model most of you have not tapped into, the shortwave. If you are an innovation hub, please go to the communities. Do drama skits. I travel around the country and sometimes we sit under the trees. Take off your suits. Take off your very good, just wear t-shirts and go with your what? Innovex. Go sit with them, have a conversation. Let them relate renewable energy from the level where they are and take it to that level that they can understand it. That will be better. Then secondly, I think as renewable energy sector, stop looking at yourselves as just innovators. You have content. All this is content. Some of you have Twitter, but even when we are having renewable energy Twitter spaces, I don't see you there. I don't see you there. You guys are busy tweeting about Anite, Senyoni. These spaces are critical. Kindly, whenever you're on digital platform, look out what is your feed. What are you feeding yourself? You're a very good innovator here, but to aggregate for some funds, you need to be in some spaces. You've written proposals and they have not been funded back. They have not told you why they didn't fund you back. Because you're not in the spaces. So if you're in those spaces, we'll be in position to pick on you and we can actually bring you to the media forward. Just so you know, I first met Dr. Nicholas on a Twitter space. Submitting, I said, can we have an interview? But why we can't call you? You're not in those spaces. You're in your hubs somewhere in Kulambiro, if not Makerere. So sometimes detach, yeah? Get away from your same space, go and share what you know to people who totally don't understand what you're saying. That will make it better. Secondly, if you want the media, start in your house. Does your wife know what you do? Do your children know renewable energy? Do they know it? Do they know what he was talking about? Energy efficiency. Having the light in the bathroom on, the light in the bedroom on, but you guys are watching TV. And you're watching TV again with the light on. So what we're putting on the data and the papers, we can only be better advocates if we start from our homes. Your girlfriends, your boyfriends, your wives and husbands need to know what renewable energy is. That way you start to preach, they spread the gospel to the neighbors, it spreads, it spreads. If you've taken time to listen to Gloria's story, how she started to make briquettes, she didn't even know what she was doing. But she spread it in the neighborhood, and before you know, she has more women coming in. So let's do that, let's walk the talk. And God will see us through if we walk the talk. Friends, I don't want to bore you anymore with that. But for starters, we are going to go for another session. But we go for the other session. Let's all stand up a bit. Let's all stand up. Hey, let's stand up. 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 Okay, stretch a bit, just stretch a bit before we do the exercise. Just stretch a bit, stretch your arms, stretch your arms, stretch your arms. All right, we're going to do this, okay? We're going to jump 20 times, just nicely. You see? Non-communicable diseases. You guys want to do those, do you? Okay? All right, we're going to go, let's start on the count. We're going 20 times, okay? 1, 2, 3, we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, 15, 17, 19, 20. Clap for yourselves. Before you sit again, we are going to do something again. We're just going to have a very cool stroll. Just go like this. Just like this. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's go. Keep going, keep going. Look at your neighbor. Is he doing it? Is she doing it? Look at your neighbor. More speed, amplified. Amplified, 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 amplified. Clap for yourselves. You can take the seats. So when we tell you to go to the gym in the morning, You say you guys want to live a healthy life. But yes, friends, it's 11:23. Allow me to welcome Professor John. But before Professor John comes, we need to have some tea break so that we can break the motion. It's too much data feed, yeah? Just go out there, grab a cup of coffee and a bite, and come with your coffee in here. Senor? All right, let's just do it faster. Go grab a cup of coffee and a bite, come back to your seat, and then we shall have it.
Access to modern, affordable, reliable energy is a key United Nations Sustainable Development Goal. But in Africa, electricity is in short supply and power cuts are frequent. Only about 20% of the African population is connected to the national grid, and in rural areas, that percentage drops to single figures. Africa currently gets 90% of its energy supply from biomass, mainly in the form of plant material. However, the continent's renewed reliance on wood and charcoal for fuel is unsustainable. The African Clean Energy Research Alliance is bringing together expertise from African and UK partners to support research into locally generated clean, renewable energy solutions. It's being funded by the Royal Society DFID Africa Capacity Building Initiative. Solar power is plentiful in Africa, but difficult and expensive to store. The consortium's first project focuses on the solar treatment of biomass for power generation. The postgraduate students from the consortium's member institutions are being supervised by research support groups from the Republic of Congo, Tanzania, Uganda, and the UK. Opio Miria is one of the 3 postgraduate students working on the project. His research could lead to the production of the first African-designed engine.
My research is about finding a new way of generating electricity, especially in the rural areas. I mean, for the people in the rural areas of sub-Saharan Africa, where there is a lot of plants. My research will convert that very plants into like a liquid, similar to liquid diesel fuel, that can run a diesel engine to produce electricity.
But ACERA doesn't just support academic research. It's also involved in creating energy change by providing a forum for knowledge transfer through communication, education, and capacity building. More than 200 people from government and non-government organizations, academic institutions, and private enterprises have already attended its training seminars.
What we've seen already, even before the project ends, is that the network is building, and there's a lot of interest from different stakeholders to take up the research that we are doing. So I really see ACERA as an initiation of something that will not close in years to come. We are going to expand beyond the project design, making more impacts on policy, on capacity building across the countries and beyond. I see ACERA linking to other networks on renewable energy and energy efficiency, and we are writing more concepts as a team, so we are here to stay.
I'm Mary Susan Abo, and I'm the Managing Director at the Center for Research in Energy and Energy Conservation. In short, CREEC. CREEC is located at Makerere University in Kampala, Uganda, within a specific college that deals with technology, and that is the College of Engineering, Design, Arts, and Technology. CREEC, my organization, is focused on increasing access to modern types of energy. And with that, we want to see how to utilize the energy resources that we have in this beautiful country and use that to improve lives, both in the urban and in the rural settings. In our efforts to increase access to modern types of energy, we do applied research on different renewable energy and energy efficiency topics. With the innovations at my center and working together with the different players in the energy sector, there's also been impact in terms of the coverage in the country because of innovations around mini grids, or you can call them microgrids or picogrids. The Rural Electrification Agency with over 600 mini grids that are in plan to help take electricity to the rural parts of the country. What our contribution is towards climate justice. That is a key topic when you talk about renewable energy vis-a-vis the conventional energy resources or fossil fuels. And climate justice basically causes us to be conscious of human rights as we are developing our technologies and doing our projects. We are also conscious of gender mainstreaming into our projects to improve livelihoods, considering groups like the youth, for equitability, accountability and transparency as we design our projects both for the urban settings and the rural settings. With our partnership for dissemination, the Atonga Media, a lot of products have come out. We've had films in different categories. We want to take information out of the lab, research out of the laboratory, and break it down in ways that people can understand. One of the ways, that we have been able to diversify how people can access information is by using film and movies and TV series, our radio drama series. So that we can not only use entertainment, to table conversations around renewable energy, because these are things that are affecting our daily life. You make fun of it, you make it entertaining, but at the same time, you're not only demonstrating to people how renewable energy can transform their lives, you're helping them that when they find themselves in a situation and they have to make a decision about maybe a product, they are informed. So it is easy for them to make that transition to renewable energy.
African women, we face a lot of challenges as we prepare food, as we sustain our families. You find that charcoal is expensive. It is burnt away quickly when you're cooking. So at times you find shortage of it. They gave us knowledge about these alternative fuels, that they are called briquettes, that they are renewable, clean energy. So we are so happy about it because we are just introduced the knowledge of science. For the training I've got so far, they have mentored me and they have empowered me. They have given me skills, various training skills in these alternative fuels briquettes. They have engaged me in solar PV training. I was nominated among the women in energy in Uganda, which was a great success. And out of the story, Creek has been able to shoot out a documentary and a movie called Beautiful Ashes.
To be honest, the situation right now is not very good at all. Because even the boss here haven't get paid.
Correct, Nyabo. What do you want? Nyabo, what do you want? Oh, Nakurale, you're getting out of my house today. I want my
Tom!
money.
We should always have hope in Christ. Because God has this life for us.
The most important thing is that you're using clean energy. And where I work at Creek, we actually make them.
I've been training other women in urban centers, in slums, in rural areas, online. I look forward having a factory, big factory, as I continue to transform lives, sort out issues of unemployment, inspire more women.
I was affected by the Coney War, and especially my parents were unable to, you can't move around to get fuel and any other energy resources, the modern energy resources to sustain your life. So that also pushed me to discover what we call biogas production from cow dung. So from there we started, trying to see how it can support cooking as well as lighting. And then I grew up, of course, through the different stages of education until I also joined Makerere University. In Makerere, I happened to join a research center called Center for Research in Energy and Energy Conservation, that is CREEC, at the College of Engineering. There I learned a lot about hydropower, biomass gasification, and we implemented many of these technologies in the community. So then I also thought, okay, we can add other technologies to support that hybrid mini grid that will also generate electricity. Meaning, if our solar is not working, especially at night, it means other technologies should be available to generate electricity and support the community. And it is supporting thermal power plants like in Namamve, also in Arua. The whole of West Nile is being supported by also thermal power plant, which is also generating and supplying to the grid, and then that electricity is supporting the different home state. So yes, once this is working properly, then we should also take it to the community to be able to support electricity access from the biomass waste they do have in their respective community. I'm sure the different communities will benefit by understanding what is going on in our research facility here.
Uganda has 70% of the homes without access to electricity. This is similar to our case study of Watoto, a children's village that's 32 kilometers away from the city center. With this village, you find their homes and their children, but they have no access to electricity. And you know the challenges of having no access to electricity. That means their reading hours have been cut short, and they are also exposed to using unsafe forms of energy. So what we are working on right now is a software to help us develop sustainable and resilient mini-grids using hybrid energy solutions. So we are using Python to optimize these energy sources, and what we have developed at the end, our objective is to provide a least cost solution for energy. So we have so far implemented this case study with Watoto Homes, and we were combining solar and wind energy resources. And what we have found is a cheaper solution to connect these mini-grids. And we hope to see this also across the country.
Let me take this opportunity to thank all our partners, both those in Uganda and outside
of the UNFCCC is agreed on these technology transfer agreements. So, and they will have within government a body, an organisation that is responsible for the implementation of these. Underneath the United Nations framework, the world is divided into two sets of countries. There's the so-called developed nations, who are the historical emitters of greenhouse gases, and then there are the developing countries. There's a lot of argument about that, particularly when some developing countries have become major emitters, such as China and India. But nonetheless, a lot of countries are lining up behind these technology transfer agreements to give money. You may know of the previous one underneath the Kyoto mechanism, which was the Clean Development Mechanism, the CDM, and a lot of money was transferred underneath that. And here, US Special Presidential Envoy for Climate John Kerry says that the US is going to get behind a strategic approach to cooperation on technology innovation in developing countries and fulfilling a key pledge made at COP26. And COP26 was the previous meeting which was held in Glasgow. So the agreements are there, the money is there. So of course the big question we're all asking here is, where is it? Where is this money coming out? Here, this is from November the 30th last year. EU to fund key energy and infrastructure projects in Africa. And this is what it says in that press release. The European Commission has allocated hundreds of millions of euros in funding for key infrastructure projects in Africa under the 150 billion euro Global Gateway Investment Plan for Africa, which was announced during the European Union Africa Summit. Okay, 150 billion euros is a lot of money when it comes to installing some microgrids or some solar panels or something like that. So where is this money? Why isn't it coming out to support the academicians, the research, the fundamental research, the organizations, the facilitating organizations like CREEC, the private sector organizations that are implementing the energy transition, the energy revolution that is taking place globally. This is from the UK aid funding, and this was from 2020, UK aid funding available for innovative energy project. And this is Innovate UK offering 20 million of UK aid funding, and this is through the Global Challenges Research Fund for Energy Access, the so-called Energy Trimella, costs, emissions, security of supply, gender equality and social inclusion. Now, we were very fortunate previously with one of our projects. The microgrid project was funded underneath the GCRF fund. But last year we made another application as a follow-up, and we wanted to move a technical innovation from the laboratory into into implementation, and this is something called quantum dots. How many people in this room have heard of quantum dots? Okay, there's one. My wife, you see, who was saying yesterday, you have to talk about these things at home. Okay, we talk about quantum dots over the breakfast table. What quantum dots are is that you take nanoparticles and you fix them into glass, and well, those nanoparticles, they take the incident solar radiation, they transform that radiation into forms of radiation where it's going to specifically heat water. So you can make tubes out of this particular type of glass. You can use it to heat water to purify it. You can use it to generate steam for running steam engines and many other kinds of applications. So we thought, well, this is an absolutely ideal kind of technical innovation that is coming out of universities that has a lot of potential for application in Africa. We partnered together with Creek to make the proposal, and also with our colleagues in Congo-Brazzaville, where they have an applied physics laboratory, which was established underneath our previous capacity building efforts. And here you are, the vision. The principal aim of the QDOT SolGen project is to produce novel materials from upcycled glass waste for use in solar thermal technology. Highly efficient QDOT photothermal heat exchangers will be developed by incorporating QDOT materials into upcycled tricolored waste glass. This material can be used in solar thermal technology to increase efficiency, reduce its footprint and costs. Putting together these proposals is a huge amount of work. We've got to work with our partners in Crete, we've got to work with our partners in Congo-Brazzaville. We pulled on board also partners from India. We pulled on board private sector partners from the UK. I did this through my holidays in the summer. So instead, when I should have been on vacation, I was writing this grant proposal with my other colleagues who were on holidays. In all, it ends up at about 60 pages. It's all got to be budgeted. There's got to be action plans, Gantt charts, deliverables, and that sort of thing. And, of course, it didn't get funded. So all this money that we're talking about underneath things like the UNFCCC Technology Transfer Agreement, the Global Challenges Research Fund, the EU Technology Fund, it's not coming through, and we're working like crazy to try and bring these innovations through for the energy revolution that is needed and is occurring, but we're not seeing the money coming out at our end. And this, of course, would be a perfect thing for private sector uptake within Africa. So these materials could be manufactured in Africa by the private sector here once that technology is transferred. Next slide. What's happening in Africa, in governments about energy? Here we are, we're sitting on all this technology, we're sitting on this expertise, we're building capacity for small-scale energy revolutions, for microgrids, for smart energy systems, for connecting to the grid. What's actually happening at the country level? Well, here's an example from Monday, 16th of January, just before we launched this conference in South Africa. Cyril Ramaphosa cancels Davos trip amid South Africa energy crisis. Rolling blackouts, rolling brownouts. And of course, one of the things that will be familiar to everybody living in any African country now is load shedding. I've visited many African countries, and you know it's going to happen at some point. And I was talking to Opio about how this was affecting his research at Makerere, that he can be running his tests on his machine, and then the power goes out. And then he's got to stop, he's then got to start again. So the knock-on effects of these kinds of disruptions of power are very great indeed. Okay, well, let's have a look at the banks, the big players. This is the African Development Bank. And in 2011, I was involved in developing the energy strategy for the African Development Bank. I went over to Tunisia and spent some time in the bank offices there. And it was extremely interesting being embedded within this organization that is dispersing billions of dollars throughout the continent, huge amounts of money. And I said, okay, come on, let's look at the, I'm coming from a university. We see the technologies and the innovations that are coming out. So what you should be doing as a development bank for Africa is getting behind these technologies and innovations, because we know that they're appropriate for development in Africa. Things like microgrids, where if you're serious about Sustainable Development Goal 7 and making modern clean energy access available to everybody, then it's getting those hybrid energy systems, solar grids, hydropower, wind turbines, whatever, out into areas where people need the modern clean energy. And what they told me was that, you see, actually it doesn't work that way, because in the African Development Bank, the way that money is dispersed is that the money comes back into a particular department within the African Development Bank, dependent on the amount of money that goes out. So if you're funding something like a big hydropower project or a huge transmission line, then that's relatively easy to do. They just set up the agreement with the government concerned. They put the funding there for the building the hydropower project or installing the transmission line, and then that loan money goes out and money comes back again into that particular department within the African Development Bank. If you're talking about small-scale private sector, where those private sector organizations, so small businesses, small to medium enterprises, which are employing people, high-quality jobs, going out and implementing SDG 7 within the villages to improve people's welfare, improve people's quality of life, to stimulate businesses by provision of electricity. The African Development Bank can't do that because it's not set up in a way that can extend the kind of credit that is needed to businesses and organizations to enable that to happen. So when it comes to things like green baseload, increasing the penetration of renewable energy in power systems, then what they're really talking about here is big hydropower and transmission lines. Green mini-grids, this is much, much more difficult for AFDB to implement. And the same with energy efficiency. They can really only work with big projects. And there needs to be a step change in the way that funding becomes available so that small businesses can upskill and innovate and implement as we're going along. Okay, next slide. I was absolutely fascinated by the presentations that we saw yesterday, and I did you're sitting there, and of course we're connected to Wi-Fi, and so I was Googling away as the presentations were going on, and I found this thing about the Uganda Carbon Bureau. Uganda is one of Africa's leaders in the use of carbon finance markets, and then the penny was starting to drop. Maybe there are other ways of financing this energy revolution. Next slide. So here we are, Innovex, and this was the thing that really kind of attracted my interest. Innovex was saying, okay, we're getting carbon credit funds and we're installing renewable energy generation provision in households, and we're getting the funding here through the carbon offsetting funds. And I thought, brilliant, that is absolutely wonderful if we can get things moving with this kind of funding, because it's also about building the technical capacity within the businesses, within academia, within organizations like CREEC to be able to provide the backstopping to enable these sorts of things to happen. Then we heard about the Innovation Village and Tukole and the kind of innovations that are taking place within that organization. Again, this is brilliant. This is people getting out and getting on with the job. And the next slide. And here, APTEC as well, getting out there and providing solutions. So in summary, there is a huge amount of money out there, apparently. This is what we're told, that there is money. But, where is it? We need it down here. We need it to be able to stimulate business innovation. We need to be able to bring research from academia through businesses out into the villages so that people can benefit directly, so that organisations like Creek can work on capacity development, can work on ensuring the quality of products that are coming through. But it's very hard for us to access that kind of funding. On the other hand, we've got businesses that are emerging, adapting these technologies, looking for innovative sources of finance, that are getting out there, getting on with the job, and they have the solutions in hand. Okay, thank you very much. I think Flavia was going to show the video that we prepared, or Creek prepared, for COP26 last year in Glasgow, where we had a side event on energy justice. There we go. That looks like Kampala to me. All right. Yeah, I think we need some sound. We've got a room full of electrical engineers. Can somebody fix the sound, please?
Bluetooth disconnected. Bluetooth connecting. Please wait. Bluetooth connected. Bluetooth disconnected. Bluetooth connecting. Please wait. Bluetooth connected.
Access to modern, affordable, reliable energy is a key United Nations Sustainable Development Goal. But in Africa, electricity is in short supply and power cuts are frequent. Only about 20% of the African population is connected to the national grid, and in rural areas, that percentage drops to single figures. Africa currently gets 90% of its energy supply from biomass, mainly in the form of plant material. However, the continent's renewed reliance on wood and charcoal for fuel is unsustainable. The African Clean Energy Research Alliance is bringing together expertise from African and UK partners to support research into locally generated clean, renewable energy solutions. It's being funded by the Royal Society DFID Africa Capacity Building Initiative. Solar power is plentiful in Africa, but difficult and expensive to store. The consortium's first project focuses on the solar treatment of biomass for power generation. The postgraduate students from the consortium's member institutions are being supervised by research.
Bluetooth disconnected. Bluetooth connecting. Please wait. Bluetooth connected.
Currently with the Ministry of Energy, that's a very serious issue. So you find a lot of the government stakeholders are really interested in how can we efficiently cook with better technologies, whether it's biomass or different technologies, because you find, let's say, about less than 10% of the population is using the other alternatives for cooking, like electricity. Some will use kerosene, some will use LPG, but that's a really small percentage. According to our statistics from UBOS, that's Uganda Bureau of Standards, a lot of cooking is done using biomass. That's over 90% of the population cooks with biomass. So there's a lot of interest in seeing how can we actually improve the way people cook, because we all know that when we cook with biomass, there's a lot of fumes, there's a lot of effect on our human selves that people actually do not know. You'll find that even maybe a learned person would not know that when they use charcoal in an enclosed area, they're likely to inhale a lot of carbon monoxide, and that is dangerous for them. So there's a lot of lack of awareness about the different dangers of cooking with the technologies that we are currently using, and there's a lot of room for improvement. And you find that with biomass, the biomass that we're using, the technologies that are currently largely used are mostly not improved, and they don't help the situation in terms of, but there's a lot of deforestation, and if we keep using biomass for cooking solidly without using efficient technologies, that's going to basically deplete all our forests. And that is currently with the Ministry of Energy, that's a very serious issue. So you find a lot of the government stakeholders are really interested in how can we efficiently cook with better technologies, whether it's biomass or different technologies, because you find, let's say, about less than 10% of the population is using the other alternatives for cooking, like electricity. Some will use kerosene, some will use LPG, but that's a really small percentage. So you find that there's a big challenge ahead of us that we need to tackle, and that's where CRIC is really trying to do a lot in terms of how do we contribute significantly to this challenge within Uganda. But I would say with CRIC, it's not just about Uganda. It's more of the region, East Africa, but also Africa at large, because the work we've done, especially within the Regional Testing and Knowledge Center, is not just within Uganda. It's work that covers East Africa, it's work that covers the African region, and we've also had a lot of collaborations outside of Africa within the world.
We are experienced in small hydropower, solar energy, energy efficiency, and bioenergy interventions, including biogas, gasification, combustion, torrefaction, and all kinds of cooking technologies and fuels that are available within the areas that we work in.
It doesn't matter what energy it is, like as long as it's renewable energy, whether it's cooking, whether it's lighting, there's a part that Creek has played. And that for me is one thing that makes me want to serve more, to work at Creek, and to reach out to more people, because then I know at Creek, I'm able to reach out to communities, I'm able to reach out to government, and to create impact. I've seen that happen in my stay at Creek.
Over the years, Creek has, through its interventions, impacted the energy sector here in Uganda and in the other countries where we've had projects implemented. And one of the key areas of impact has been in training and capacity building. We're able to train people from government, NGOs, civil society in general, technicians to build their confidence in technology, communities, special groups like women and the youth. We've also been able to train business entities to improve on their businesses around energy topics. And the other area of impact has been on policy. With our research work, our outputs are taken up and used to improve policies on standards and quality for different renewable energy technologies. If you consider cooking technologies, for instance, we've been a part of the committees here in the country developing standards for the sector. We've also impacted communities through interventions designed directly for rural communities, groups of farmers in different parts of the country, northern Uganda, western Uganda. And we have increased greatly in our partnership with the local government authority to continue along this trajectory.
It's exciting to actually work at Creek, and it's that one place that allows me to create, to be innovative. Like my work is more exciting every day that I wake up, because there are challenges that relate to practical challenges when it comes to the real world, like energy-related challenges. Like my work is not monotonous. I find that the work I do directly impacts so many people, different communities. My background is electrical engineering, but right now I'm in cooking. And for me, in my wildest dreams, I didn't think I would be, like cooking didn't stand out as something that is serious. Like it's actually has a lot of impact on so many people. Like for example, basically everyone, like the whole world, regardless of how you're cooking your meals, there's a lot of impact there. So it becomes really passionate because the issues that we address at Creek are personal to different people. I would say they touch so many different lives, like generally globally.
As you can imagine, our work is quite technologically based, but over time we have realized the need to work together with people from other professions in order to have or to accelerate our work and to enhance access to the different technologies that I've spoken about. In order to advance in our standards and testing, we have 2 testing facilities, one on solar and the other on bioenergy and cooking technologies. And here at Creek is called the Regional Testing and Knowledge Center that is serving the entire region. And through this facility and the work that we do there, we've been able to test over 300 models of cooking technologies, some of which are locally made here in the country, but several others that are imported through different projects that we have done.
This is our emissions laboratory for the Regional Testing and Knowledge Center. It's a complete setup. We have the duct system, we have the food there. So basically what we do here is to measure emissions for the cook stove to determine their performance in terms of CO, particulate matter. So if we want to test the stove completely, we'll bring it to this lab. We follow a quality management system of ISO 17025 to ensure that our tests are perfect and we do not have any disturbances in terms of my results are wrong and things like that. So there's a quality management control system here, and my colleague will take us through what exactly we do here, give us a demo of how we do the testing for emissions, for efficiency, to determine the fuel use. So I'll invite my colleague, Jimmy Agawa, to microphone here.
Emissions are carried out using a LEMS, that is the Laboratory Emissions Monitoring System, which is this facility in here. We start by switching on the computer because everything is automated using a computer and the software. Then after switching it on, we log in and we give it a logger file. We press in a logger file. Then afterwards, we open a live graph which will be showing us the trend at which emissions are being produced at a given time, that is at every 3 seconds. Then after that, we have a sensor box in here. This sensor box helps us to monitor the carbon monoxide and carbon dioxide levels which are being produced at a particular time as the stove is being run. Then after that, we have a blower here at this point which helps us to take out the fumes which are being generated from the hood which is there where a stove is placed. We place a stove in that hood in order to capture all the particulates and the emissions in order to pass them through this dilution tunnel. Then we have a gravimetric system at this point which helps us to capture the particulate matters, 2.5. They are measured in aerodynamic diameters. Then we have this suction pump here which helps us to suck out all the fraction of the particulate matters which are always released. We always place here a filter which helps us to capture those particulate matters. So in other words, the particulate matters are deposited on the filter which is placed in the filter holder there. Then afterwards we take it for assessment to get the mass which has been deposited using an electronic weighing scale. When the test is complete, we take the filter inside protected room which is not supposed to be accessed by anyone apart from the laboratory technician, and in this case we have our hygroscopic substances which help to remove the moisture from the filters which we use. And in this case we have the free filter which has not yet been used, meaning this one has not gone under any test, so it is very clean. So we take the mass before carrying out the test, and then afterwards we bring it here for conditioning for more 24 hours before we take the final mass. Then after operating the stove, depending on the amount of emissions, the particulate matters it has released, we always now get the mass after the test. And in this case, you see that a stove released a lot of particulate matters, as it can be evidenced on the filter paper. So in this case, we always monitor its weight using an electronic Steve scale, which is here, which is measured to 5 decimal places. You have to take the measurements 5 times repeatedly to avoid any kind of error. So if you see that the results which you obtain are deviating from each other than 10 milligrams, then you have to take more extra measurements in order to erase out any kind of doubt within your data. And then after that, you have to first put it back inside the desiccator for it to continue to be monitored, just in case when you are analyzing your data, If you find that maybe there are some things which do not agree, you may still refer to it because since we ensure quality in our works, so you always have to make reference to it, just in case you have maybe some values did not come out as you expected, or maybe there is a deviation. If still you find that the values don't come out as you expect, then you are forced to run an in order to remove any kind of doubt within your results, in order to create result reliability.
Also, we have done specific trainings, engaged students, worked with professors in different universities, and interested internship for students to build capacity of the young people here. And within our internship program, we've actually been able to support students in placements and recommending them to further their career based on the topics of research that they have covered.
I've worked with the CRIC team for the past 1 year during my research project, right from when I was coming up with a topic to the proposal to implementation and coming up with a report. I was doing a research topic as regards investigating the effect of various locally available agents, in this case coffee husks, sawdust and rice husks, on the performance of fecal sludge briquettes. I did my carbonization at the CRIC lab. I tried out 3 various techniques: the gasifier stove, the incinerator, which both didn't work, and I was advised to use the institutional stove because it could accommodate a larger quantity of feedstock and carbonize the material at a faster rate. From carbonization, I had to come and start the briquetting process, and I was advised on the mix ratios to use, the kind of binder to use. I carbonized using a piston press machine, and later I had to test my briquettes using the water boiling test, and in all this I've worked together with the CRIC team. CRIC has helped me throughout my project in that they had most of the things I needed for my research, from carbonization to making the briquettes to testing them. They had most of the equipment that I needed, and the advantage was that I didn't have to pay for all this since I was a student, so I'd advise more students to come and do research here. The team at CRIC is very supportive. When I couldn't do some things like split firewood, carry it, light it up, they came in handy and helped me without a pay. During carbonization, I first tried using the incinerator, which didn't work out quite well because every time I would try to light it up, the fire would go off quickly, which would take a longer time for me to carbonize. I was then advised to use the first draft gasifier stove. This one worked quite well for me, however, it had a very small diameter and therefore I would take a longer time to carbonize, yet I was time barred during my project. This is when I switched to the improved institutional stove that could accommodate more feedstock and burn it at a faster rate. There's fuel or wood coated from every direction. Whatever size of log you want to use, but this is the let's say the tradition, baseline stove we would say, and that's for firewood. So here we have an example of a traditional stove that's commonly used in Uganda, a traditional stove that uses charcoal. You can see that the combustion is quite big. It doesn't even have any ceramic or clay liner, so there's a lot of heat loss. So you find these are stoves that you'll find used, but now we've seen a transition. There are some improvements. You can see in the local market you'll find this improvement where now people, I would say this is semi-improved. It's a clay line stove, smaller combustion chamber using charcoal commonly. And then you have a lot of local manufacture within the region, within Uganda, where you have, this is an improved, what we are calling a locally manufactured improved local stove. So it's using charcoal. You can see it's lined, so it has an element of heat saving, insulation, and then the combustion chamber is also quite small. And for this stove, you can also use what we call carbonized briquettes. So this is an example of carbonized briquettes that is not charcoal. It just uses charcoal dust. It can use agro waste. So this fuel is also used for this type of stove, or you can even use it on this stove. So there are many of these that are locally made. An example, you can see there are so many over there. This is an improved wood stove. Now you can see this stove, you can see the combustion chamber where your fuel enters is quite small. You can even use 3 or 4 pieces of wood to cook, and your food will cook really well. It's well designed, symmetrically, and an advantage about this stove is it even has a thermoelectric generator behind here. So you find that as it cooks, it also generates electricity, and that electricity can be used to charge a phone and light a bulb. Then another advancement in the technology for cooking, this is what you call a gasifier stove. And this type of stove is a forced draft stove. It uses the support of a solar panel to drive a fan that helps this stove to improve in terms of combustion, or you can even use electricity. And this kind of stove can burn tiny fuel as small as this. These are eucalyptus pellets. It burns really cleanly. It can use fecal sludge briquettes. These are, fecal sludge pellets. These are made out of fecal sludge. You can use maize cobs for this. You can actually put them in here and they will really burn and cook well. You're able to use this kind of briquette, which is non-carbonized. So as long as it's small pieces, put it in here, it will cook. You can use smaller wood chips and then it will cook. So it's quite a versatile stove, though it also comes at it's a bit expensive. And then electric pressure cooker. So this is one of the devices we are currently studying under one of the projects, the mixed projects, and ideally we want to prove that it is very efficient to cook with electricity. And what we have here is an ethanol stove. This is bioethanol, so you can actually cook with ethanol using this type of stove. Basically another type of carbonized briquette, but with the honeycomb type. And these are commonly used in this type of stove. These are commonly used in poultry houses because it burns for a longer period of time. So you put it in there and 5-7 hours it's burning and you don't have to change a lot. So these are examples of different fuels. We have sawdust, different waste byproducts that can actually be used to carbonize and produce briquettes. You can use them carbonized or they can be uncarbonized. So this is sawdust. We have groundnut husks, and these have all been tried. Coffee husks can be carbonized to actually produce fuels. Rice husks can be carbonized as well. Then an interesting thing here is what we are calling the volcanic crops. The volcanic rock, you put it with charcoal, so they have an element where they help in terms of saving on the charcoal used. So you can even use char dust to basically cook with this. And then these are eggshell stones. This is another innovation happening. So these can also be mixed up with, used on the charcoal stove, and you mix it up and actually use it for cooking. From another research that's currently ongoing, we have water hyacinth that is being, what we're exploring is the feasibility of using this for biogas. Basically to produce biogas and to use it for cooking or different things. So this is also something that is currently under research. An interesting one is this, what we call the fireless cooker. Locally made, can be made by, you've cooked, say, your rice on the charcoal stove or whatever device you're using for a few minutes, not to cook it to get ready. Let's say cook it for 10 minutes. Then after that, get it and put it inside here and leave it for maybe another 30-40 minutes, and you'll find that it's ready after some time. So you're basically using less fuel, and this thing does the rest of the work. So it has a lot of insulation in there. So it's kind of just basically heat retention.
Different staple foods, if you consider cooking, for instance. How you prepare millet bread is quite different from how you prepare steamed matoke. The energy needs are different, the effort on the technology is different. So we take into account these social perspectives, cultural perspectives, because they affect acceptance of the technology. So the human factors are many. They are difficult to measure. However, we have some models on how to predict better and put them into account as we do our designs. After we've picked this primary data, we can then say that the systems that we've designed will live for their design life. They are socially acceptable, they are environmentally acceptable, they are technically acceptable, and they are economically acceptable. And those are attributes of a sustainable energy system. Once that, we can scale up, produce more interventions, multiply the number of systems, recommend and advise our partners to expand their programs.
Can we have the lights back, please? We now to have a question session for Professor John. Atham Singuzi had the very first question. I'm going to request my team now to take the microphone. Prof, I request you come forward here. Kindly come with a book and a pen so that you can note down those questions. I'm sure there are quite many. We keep it snappy and short to the point. Raise your hand. My guy is coming. Okay, let's start with Arthur. Arthur, I'm seeing is right there, the one with the headphones. Oh, he's in the back. He's in the back. Your name and what could be the question?
Called Arthur Msinguzi. I'm a climate activist by passion. So my question is to Professor John. At COP27, there was no urgency that was shown towards UNFCCC and the big oil organizations, including banks, such as the Bank of Japan, in transiting or even financing the renewable energies. How are you, as a professor, helping particularly the politicians to understand that climate change is actually something that is a reality and is actually having serious negative effects on our planet today? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed, Arthur, and you raise a very important point. Climate change is regarded as one of the major global challenges that we face today. My own personal feeling as a professor is that what climate change and global warming and climate chaos is a function of is inequalities, and the reasons why greenhouse gas emissions are increasing so much is because of the inequalities of energy production and natural resource use. And what we need to do is that if we need to deal with those symptoms of those inequalities, then we've got to deal with the fundamental problem first. We need to use the principles of conflict transformation to go back down to the roots of the problems and deal with it at the base. Now, in a way, that kind of brings us to the renewable energy questions, because a lot of what we're hearing about today and also in the media is the fact, for example, somebody tweeted to say that 90% of Ugandans use biomass for cooking. Is that right, Mary Susan? And we know that the health impacts of that, the killer in the kitchen. We know that the technologies are readily available to overcome that with things like small-scale electricity generation, the kind of cooking technologies that Creek has been pioneering and trying to roll out. But those inequalities exist. So on one hand, you've got a very small percentage of the world's global population producing most of the greenhouse gas emissions. And yet we're still not able to correct those inequalities of energy use and energy access in countries like Uganda. So I think there are very powerful interests that are involved here in these negotiations, and it's a big political question that I'm probably, I'm not the best person to answer that directly. In terms of bringing the science of climate change to the global agenda, this is something that many universities are doing. At Leeds, for example, we have the Priestley Centre on Climate that is doing a lot of high-quality research on climate change and climate chaos, and the models that are predicting the kinds of changes that we're actually seeing happen today. So I'm answering your question in a bit of a roundabout way. It's a really important question, and I wish you a lot of success with your climate change activism. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. While you were there presenting, I saw lots of information regarding funding. And one of the biggest challenges that I have observed and I have experienced is that each of the different donors or the funders wants you to write your proposal, concept, or share your ideas. And most of the time, most of the organizations or companies have difficulties in writing proposal that can go through and they get the funding. How best can the different institutions or individuals, organizations be helped? Thank you.
Yeah, that's a really important point. And we struggle a lot with writing proposals too. I'm writing them all the time. And it's quite tough. I reckon to get about 1 in 8 proposals funded. So a lot of my time is spent writing proposals. As part of the Royal Society Capacity Building project that we had with Creek and Dar es Salaam Institute of Technology in Tanzania, and also University of Mariam Ngouabi in Brazzaville, we did run some training sessions on writing proposals, and the output of that was that those organisations were in fact successful in gaining additional funding for the projects. But I appreciate it. It's really hard because the the donor organisations, the funding organisations, expect particular formats, they expect particular types of qualities, levels of language, evidence within those proposals. And to ask an organisation that is probably very successfully implementing renewable energy projects to then suddenly become an expert in writing proposals that are acceptable for, I don't know, European Union or USAID, it's really tough. I'm going to kind of kick this one over to Mary Susan and see, it's an organisation like CREEC, is it possible for CREEC to run more training courses on writing proposals, or let me hand you the microphone, Mary Susan. Or do you know other organisations who can help support?
Thank you, Professor John. I should admit that as CREEC as well, we are continually improving in our capacity to write successful proposals. We're not yet at 100% or even 80%. So we've had this opportunity through ACERA to get the trainings, and we can coordinate some trainings for, continually internally and also for the partners, but we definitely have to work with other entities. And I think what's interesting to say also to the funding entities, we discussed it a little bit yesterday, there should be also initiatives from their end to make it easier for funding to come through, having understood the relevance and the role that they play in enhancing access to electricity, access to energy. I think there's more effort also required from the side of the funders in terms of eligibility criteria and some, more effort in that. And of course that requires more dialogue, more discussion, but yes, I hope I answered that.
Thank you, Mary Susan. That's very good advice. Something else I should add as well is the organisational administrative requirements of the funders, so that even if you get the grant, the levels of reporting, finance compliance, and again, this is something that we've worked with CREEC quite a lot. And maybe the trick there is to develop a partnership with organisations like CREEC who are familiar with that, so that you can collaborate with them on the reporting and the administrative requirements while you get on with the job of what you're really good at, which is the implementation end. Did I see another hand? I'm going to do a little bit of gender specificity here, and so please.
Thank you so much. My name is Sarah Nyangoma. I'm a member for the Council for Women in Energy and Environment Leadership. It's we are a division under the Association of Energy Engineers. We have a branch here in Uganda, and that's where I'm coming from. Actually, I wanted to comment about the difficulty in regard to, it's not just about, I wanted to comment and also support what you were saying. It's not just about writing proposals. The challenge is even about the requirements, because many times you look at the requirements and many of the people that I've seen that are trying to try the proposals for funding give up even before they start, because the requirements, they say, I don't have this, I don't have the other, and it really becomes a little bit challenging for them to collaborate or find a way of accessing that funding. Maybe you can advise how do we go about that. Then also I would like to also to comment about the video for Uganda presented for COP27. It was really impressive, and I'm also surprised about seeing certain things. In terms of innovation, I'm really impressed, but also surprised and wondering what can we do to ensure that some of these technologies are on the market. Because yes, they are there, but we are not seeing them on the market. And we even don't know, even when some of us are in the sector, we don't know and find some of these people because I've participated in projects whereby we are doing campaigns, like awareness campaigns, massive awareness campaigns, both in Kampala even and outside Kampala, but I've not seen some of these people coming up, because I've even reached Creek, got some like recommendations, but there are particular technologies I've seen there, and I've not seen anyone doing them. So where do we really find these people? Because it's really interesting, and it would be impressive if we could have them on the market. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For the second point, I'm going to hand over to Mary Susan. I think this is a point that's coming up again and again. Communication, strategic communication to get knowledge out to people, and also awareness of the information that we have freely available. But I'll hand over to Mary Susan for that. On your first point, the reporting aspects and for donor-funded projects are really tough. You know, we find it tough within the UK, within Leeds, and we've got finance offices. You know, I work in a big organisation in Leeds. We've got finance offices who are supporting us with developing the budgets and reporting on the budgets. But as a principal investigator on these grants, it's still very tough to keep up with the reporting demands all the time. And we're very fortunate working with Creek and with Angela, who's responsible for the administration of the projects. But even there, I think it was a steep learning curve about the kind of reporting requirements that donor organisations need. And I think we need to do a little bit of kind of 360-degree assessment of the donor organisations and report back to them and say, look, these reporting requirements, these key performance indicators, KPIs, and so on, we understand that you're really concerned that the money is spent well and wisely and that there's no corruption and so on. But some of these KPIs are just not workable. You know, if the electricity is going off, if my car breaks down, and all these types of things. We need much more, let's call them heart-based performance indicators rather than head-based indicators, where you're really seeing changes in communities and community attitudes that are really quite difficult to quantify. Whereas these donor organisations are very often looking for quantitative indicators, and it's quite difficult to get the evidence to prove that. But if you can kind of have a step change in people's hearts about the way that their governance systems, their communities are working. You mentioned, you know, you're working on gender-based issues. You know, if you're changing people's attitudes, gender-based attitudes, that's really difficult to quantify. But you know, when you go to a village or a community, you can see it actually happening. But I'll hand over to Mary Susan to answer the second part of the question.
Thank you, Professor John, again for sharing your time. First of all, it's nice to meet you. I'm hearing about this organization for the first time, and yet we might have a lot in common. As at Creek, we have a spin-off on women in energy. That's interesting. So again, that also touches on communication, awareness of what everybody's doing in the sector. I want to start from where Professor John ended on two currencies that we sort of use to measure output. So we have the performance currency. It's quantitative. You can quickly measure, and most of the criteria for eligibility for funding follow this route. But we also have, I think, even a more important currency, that's the relational currency, and that touches on the main theme of this workshop, fostering collaboration, what Dr. Nicholas was hinging on partnerships. So performance currency is easy to measure. Relational currency is tough, and yet it's actually where the motivations lie. It's where the energies come from. And when we get this right, it's easy to trust each other, to work together. And within that, the role of communication is very critical. How we create awareness of what we have, how we relate with one another, what platforms we create. And so I like to combine it with knowledge management. So we have knowledge management and communication moving together. Through knowledge management, we can do all the measurement of the qualitative part, but that has to be communicated in the interest of the specific motivations of every entity that is involved in the stake. We all understand that there are many players required for us to achieve this big goal. We can no longer work in bubbles, we can no longer work in isolation. But we have to be willing to invest in building trust. We have to be willing to share knowledge as we use, digitization tools in knowledge management as platforms where this access and retrieval of information can be achieved. In this workshop, we have a third day, as you see there, and I'm happy that we have some experts here like Jane, who is also the wife of Professor John. I'm sure she's been taking notes, and tomorrow she'll be telling us her mind on, what could be done better, because I'm not a communications expert. We've had sessions with her, and I know she's very passionate about packaging our information. How do we get our message across? How do we package all these nice things we're doing as quickly as possible to the right audiences? And even ways to analyze that and see how we progress. There's a way to measure communication. So we have experts here. I believe Jane will do us a lot of good tomorrow, and others here. So let's all be here tomorrow. This afternoon, I've also requested Professor Andreas is one of the founders and very experienced expert in knowledge management in the world from Vienna, a part of partnership that we have also with CRIC on Knowledge for Development. It's a global entity. He will come for a few minutes and also make a presentation on knowledge management and how we can coordinate better, how we can facilitate partnerships in a very structured and organized way, in a way that we start to build trust, because that requires skill. It's not automatic, as you have seen. We have NREP now, a very good opportunity to engage, and CRIC and our network, I'm pushing that we work together with NREP to see this sector work together more. Everybody has a part to play, but it's a very critical skill to facilitate such collaborations. It gets very complex because of the second currency I mentioned. Everybody wants to know, how do I benefit? How do I not waste time in such an association or in such a platform? And once that is clear and it's trackable, we have repositories for information, and there is a clear channels of communication. I think we shall start to move along that journey. It will take us some months, even years, but once we get started, I'm sure we will get there. So that's what I can say. To close this, as you can see, I'm very passionate about this topic. I'm a scientist by training. I'm an engineer, mostly loved mathematics, physics, not history, geography, and all this. Because I didn't like to talk. And in science, I had the opportunity not to talk too much, not to overly interact. And for years, I spent time in laboratories just dealing with devices. There was a point where I had like 14 devices around me, alone in a room for years, doing studies, and I was okay with that. And I thought that's how life was going to be. But after that, you realize that, these technologies are going to have to be used by people. So I have to know how to talk. Now, I'm not an expert in communication, but you can already see, just by appreciating that, I had to learn how to talk like to you now, talk to people about the good things that we're doing. So it's not, I think nobody expects that every scientist should be very good at talking. But that is why we need to collaborate with the right people. At least it's expected that we appreciate that we need to communicate, and then that appreciation takes us to right partnerships with communities in communication, media. Then we also expect the people from media and communication, not to wait for us to reach out, to also reach out as we are having initiatives in energy there should be also teams in media getting trained on these opportunities and reaching out and forming companies that we can reach out to. If you ask us now, where would you go to partner? We have to think hard. We also need the people from communications to reach out to us. So I think we're on the right track. A lot to be done, but very possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary Susan, for an excellent, a very passionate answer to. Now, I think we had a question from one of our international colleagues here from Congo. Oh, it was here, yeah.
Okay, thank you. I am Gilbert Ngoma, a PhD student, one of associate researcher of ACERA project. So, my question is to know, Professor, can you tell us if it is possible during, in 2015, can you live without fossil energy with the vision that you have now?
I think that, yeah, that's a very, it's a very good question. It's a very pertinent question. I show when I teach my class about energy, there's a website called The World in Data. And I show them the amount of fossil fuel energy that the world is using at the moment. And if you look at the graphs, you see renewable energy is like this small bit here, and then the fossil fuel energy is this enormous bit. So we're still very dependent on fossil fuel energy. Now, I know we have climate change activists in the room, so I have to be a little bit careful what I say. But I think we need to look at energy mixes, and we need to look at using the right kind of energy for the right kind of purpose. We have a lot of renewable energy technologies now where it's perfectly possible to provide the electricity supplies to households, both in rural situations and in urban situations through renewable energy provision. And they need to have the energy demand appropriate to the supply, which I think one of the people were talking about earlier about the making sure the lights are switched off in rooms and so on. So I think in certain sectors those transitions are possible quite quickly. In the UK, we now have very large proportions of the grid electricity supplied from renewable sectors, for example, particularly when the sun is shining and the wind is blowing. But we still have backup from other sources of fossil fuel generation, particularly gas. There's a lot of, at COP27 in Doha, there was some criticism of representatives from the African nations saying, look, you look at the developed countries, they've made lots of money out of oil and gas. Now we're finding oil and gas in the African countries. You can't tell us not to utilize those resources. And you have this in Congo, Uganda, Tanzania, many countries in Africa, Mozambique. They're finding fossil fuel resources. So it's finding the right balance, and also the money that is generated from those investments is coming back into real development within the countries. And we know what it's like. You're sitting somewhere and running a business on renewable energy, and I was talking about money earlier, and all of a sudden you see this big bird flying overhead, and that's the money. Okay, and it's flapping and it's going like that, and you're thinking, oh, is this bird going to land here? No, it keeps flying. And it lands back into the developed countries again. So even when you're developing oil and gas off the coast of Mozambique or Tanzania, or the oil that's in Kenya, is that really going to come back into renewable energy development within those countries, within those communities? And that is of course, a matter for national governments to decide. And that's a tricky thing, I'm not going to get into that kind of the politics of where the money goes. But we do need to be aware that there is money out there, that we need to develop the appropriate energy mixes. So that's kind of a long answer. The short answer is, I think, yeah, the renewable energy technology, it's there. It's cheap enough to benefit most of the world's population, but we still need the energy mix.
Thank you very much, Professor John. I think I'll do like Mary, also try to look where the majority are. Although, of course, I'll be addressing you at the same time. My name is Dan Malone. I'm the chairman of Uganda National Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency Alliance, UNREA. I'm also glad to be in this meeting. I'll have just two quick ones. One will be a comment, and the other one will be a question. Maybe, but before that, I think, Mary, you were saying that you're not a communication expert, but I think you're excellent in communication. So I don't know which one is better. You might not be an expert, but you're excellent. I really commend you for that, because when you look at the room and you look at the information that has been flowing right from preparation of this conference and maybe the other forum that we have interacted before, I think you're doing a commendable job. So just keep it up. You're doing well. The other one was a comment about the funding. Maybe this will to the attention of Professor John. It's not a question per se. It's, I think, a tip. I happen to be participating or heading an EU-funded project called HYPOSO. I think maybe you're aware of that. It's hydropower solutions for developing and emerging countries, and it targets 2 developing countries in Africa, Uganda and Cameroon, and then 3 in Latin America. But why I was saying that is one of the ways that we managed to get that project on board wasn't really the parameters that we were saying that how should we be able to get the funding. Sometimes that kind of funding comes from this kind of forum, about meeting people and networking, and not just coming to keep glued on our laptops and our WhatsApp and on our phones, but knowing who is seated next to you. That's exactly how we managed to get the HYPOSO project in Uganda. Because, I mean, why only 2 countries out of the many? European Union is a big funder. But in all Africa, they just chose 1 country, Anglophone, and that's Uganda, and the other one is Cameroon for the Francophone. Just because we were able to network when we went to Europe at one time. So I just want to encourage us that sometimes it's very important to know who. Some people call it the technical know-who. Know where your neighbor is working. Try to interact more. Sometimes he has some of these tips about where he has been working from and what are the opportunities available. Many times you come to this forum and you don't have a business card and say, oh, I forgot, or my business cards have run out. But when in the actual sense, I think you last had them before COVID-19. So it's important sometimes to be able to network. That's where we've got, it's not actually, that's just one of the examples, but I think we've also had other examples. For example, when we are starting the Hydropower Association of Uganda, one of our funders was WWF. Now, it wasn't about those many parameters. It was about knowing the inside people, and they're the ones that shared. If you want to go and make a proposal, please try to include this and this and this. And we were just a newly formed organization, and we had our first 50 million Uganda shillings, which helped us kick off the project. We went visiting these big hydropower plants in Uganda, Bujagali, Isimba, and Karuma, under construction. So that was just a tip. The other one, I'll come back to the video. It was so good. And I want to connect to what Ms. Nyangoma was saying. Hi. And Mary was also talking about it. We've done a lot of information sharing, and we're talking about knowledge sharing and capacity building and publicity and raising awareness. But now my question is, after raising awareness, what next? What is at the end of the whole process? Because I would be thinking that our purpose would be for us to get to increase uptake of these technologies. Now, we've been sharing with a colleague outside there when we're doing, trying to look at the exhibitions, that one of the deterrent factors of people not taking up the technology that we are innovating is the price, is the cost. Because Andrew Chamagero keeps on talking about Omungu Awansi. I mean, if you have a unit of that technology at, say, 400,000 Ugandan shillings, and then you're talking about targeting Omungu Awansi, honestly, you just have to see whether we're delivering our purpose. So I would think maybe as we innovate, we also try to encourage our stakeholders to see if we can make these technologies cheaper. Because one, we already have a hurdle convincing them to switch from the traditional to the current. But then that hurdle is still there. While the person is taking long to be convinced about why do you want me to leave charcoal, why do you want me to leave firewood and to jump on the other technology, and then we come in with the cost. How much does it cost? Maybe she was listening in and she wants to get converted. Like the preacher says, she wants to confess. Now when she says, oh, what am I supposed to do? Yeah? The Bible says, what should I do to be saved? So this lady is saying, so what should I do to adopt that technology? And say, okay, you can buy a piece. How much does it go? At 400,000 Uganda shillings. I think that's a bit on the higher side. So I'll encourage us, as much as we're targeting publicity and awareness and all this, at the end of the tunnel, let's think about whether these people that we're targeting can be able to afford. Or if we have to do something, even if it has to be donor funded, even if it's government, even if it's private sector, to make sure that we have cheaper alternatives of what we are promoting.
Thank you very much. Very, very excellent points there. Thank you. On price, one of the most costly things is the batteries, the renewable energy technologies. If you have solar panels, then there is work that's coming out of the universities now about battery technologies with the prices coming down. And so it won't be too long before that starts to come out of the labs and into the field and into the businesses. And I mentioned the technologies there on QDOTs as well, which is another technology which is in the lab at the moment that is ready to come out. And that's a very cheap way of producing hot water and steam, which can be used for generating. So it's, you know, there are a lot of technologies that are coming through, because it's clear that this global energy transition is taking place, and so there are markets for these technologies, and there are businesses out there who can use the technologies and get them out to communities that need them. Okay, Mr. Moderator, sir, how are we doing on time?
We have 3 minutes to lunch.
3 minutes to lunch. Okay, so we have time for one more question. If there's no questions, then I will hand back to the moderator. Thank you very much indeed to everybody for the very good points that were made in the discussions.
Let's clap for Professor again. And I really want to thank each one of you who has contributed to the conversation, the answers. Thank you, Board Chair, for coming through. Just let's clap for Board Chair from UNREA. I love it when people from oversight come down in operations and tactical and programming and, you know, align some of these. And thank you so much, Mary. You gave surety that this is actually going to work. So we're going to have lunch, and it is going to be a full hour. So by 2 p.m. we should be returning. So upon return, we are going to go in breakout sessions to focus on financing and funding. Because oftentimes we write proposals and we are requesting for money. Some of you have registered to the funds for NGOs, you're paying your $20 per annum, but you don't get the funding. Sindio, why do we fail on that? So after lunch, the first activity is going to be going into the breakout sessions. We understand the funding and the financing. We answer those questions, we come, we present, then we shall go for the panel. But for now, let's go for lunch. And I want to urge you, while you're going for lunch, kindly carry your valuables. Don't
support groups from the Republic of Congo,
if your laptop,
Tanzania, Uganda,
data or company data, you can, you know, put it in the backpack and we go have lunch. And while we are having lunch, I request you not to sit with someone you came with. Interact with different people. We love our concilio. We'll have to sit with the people we know. Sit with someone from Burkina Faso, someone from Congo, someone from Tanzania. Hear them out, and that way we can be in position to share data. So let's go for lunch, let's interact.
The UK. Opio Miria is one of the 3 postgraduate students working on the project. His research could lead to the production of the first African designed engine.
My research is about finding a new way of generating electricity.
Access to modern, affordable, reliable energy is a key United Nations Sustainable Development Goal. But in Africa, electricity is in short supply and power cuts are frequent. Only about 20% of the African population is connected to the national grid, and in rural areas, that percentage drops to single figures. Africa currently gets 90% of its energy supply from biomass, mainly in the form of plant material. However, the continent's renewed reliance on wood and charcoal for fuel is unsustainable. The African Clean Energy Research Alliance is bringing together expertise from African and UK partners to support research into locally generated clean, renewable energy solutions. It's being funded by the Royal Society DFID Africa Capacity Building Initiative. Solar power is plentiful in Africa, but difficult and expensive to store. The consortium's first project focuses on the solar treatment of biomass for power generation. The postgraduate students from the consortium's member institutions are being supervised by research support groups from the Republic of Congo, Tanzania, Uganda, and the UK. Opio Miria is one of the 3 postgraduate students working on the project. His research could lead to the production of the first African designed engine.
My research is about finding a new way of generating electricity, especially in the rural areas. I mean, for the people in the rural areas of sub-Saharan Africa, where there is a lot of plants. My research will convert that very plants into like a liquid, similar to liquid diesel fuel, that can run a diesel engine to produce electricity.
But ACERA doesn't just support academic research. It's also involved in creating energy change by providing a forum for knowledge transfer through communication, education, and capacity building. More than 200 people from government and non-government organizations, academic institutions, and private enterprises have already attended its training seminars.
What we've seen already, even before the project ends, is that the network is building, and there's a lot of interest from different stakeholders to take up the research that we are doing. So I really see ACERA as an initiation of something that will not close in years to come. We are going to expand beyond the project design, making more impacts on policy, on capacity building across the countries and beyond. I see ACERA linking to other networks on renewable energy and energy efficiency, and we are writing more concepts as a team, so we are here to stay.
Access to modern, affordable, reliable energy is a key United Nations Sustainable Development Goal. But in Africa, electricity is in short supply and power cuts are frequent. Only about 20% of the African population is connected to the national grid, and in rural areas, that percentage drops to single figures. Africa currently gets 90% of its energy supply from biomass, mainly in the form of plant material. However, the continent's renewed reliance on wood and charcoal for fuel is unsustainable. The African Clean Energy Research Alliance is bringing together expertise from African and UK partners to support research into locally generated clean, renewable energy solutions. It's being funded by the Royal Society DFID Africa Capacity Building Initiative. Solar power is plentiful in Africa, but difficult and expensive to store. The consortium's first project focuses on the solar treatment of biomass for power generation. The postgraduate students from the consortium's member institutions are being supervised by research support groups from the Republic of Congo, Tanzania, Uganda, and the UK. Opio Miria is one of the 3 postgraduate students working on the project. His research could lead to the production of the first African-designed engine.
My research is about finding a new way of generating electricity, especially in the rural areas. I mean, for the people in the rural areas of sub-Saharan Africa, where there is a lot of plants. My research would convert that very plants into like a liquid, similar to liquid diesel fuel, that can run a diesel engine to produce electricity.
But ACERA doesn't just support academic research. It's also involved in creating energy change by providing a forum for knowledge transfer through communication, education, and capacity building. More than 200 people from government and non-government organizations, academic institutions, and private enterprises have already attended its training seminars.
What we've seen already, even before the project ends, is that the network is building, and there's a lot of interest from different stakeholders to take up the research that we are doing. So I really see ACERA as an initiation of something that will not close in years to come. We are going to expand beyond the project design, making more impacts on policy, on capacity building across the countries and beyond. I see ACERA linking to other networks on renewable energy and energy efficiency, and we are writing more concepts as a team, so we are here to stay.
I'm Mary Susan Abo, and I'm the Managing Director at the Center for Research in Energy and Energy Conservation. In short, CREEC. CREEC is located at Makerere University in Kampala, Uganda, within a specific college that deals with technology, and that is the College of Engineering, Design, Arts, and Technology. CREEC, my organization, is focused on increasing access to modern types of energy. And with that, we want to see how to utilize the energy resources that we have in this beautiful country and use that to improve lives, both in the urban and in the rural settings. In our efforts to increase access to modern types of energy, we do applied research on different renewable energy and energy efficiency topics. With the innovations at my center and working together with the different players in the energy sector, there's also been impact in terms of the coverage in the country because of innovations around mini grids, or you can call them microgrids or picogrids. The Rural Electrification Agency with over 600 mini grids that are in plan to help take electricity to the rural parts of the country. What our contribution is towards climate justice. That is a key topic when you talk about renewable energy vis-a-vis the conventional energy resources or fossil fuels. And climate justice basically causes us to be conscious of human rights as we are developing our technologies and doing our projects. We are also conscious of gender mainstreaming into our projects to improve livelihoods, considering groups like the youth, for equitability, accountability, and transparency, as we design our projects both for the urban settings and the rural settings. With our partnership for dissemination, the Atonga Media, a lot of products have come out. We've had films in different categories. We want to take information out of the lab, research out of the laboratory, and break it down in ways that people can understand. One of the ways, that we have been able to diversify how people can access information is by using film and movies and TV series, radio drama series. So that we can not only use entertainment, to table conversations around renewable energy, because these are things that are affecting our daily life. You make fun of it, you make it entertaining, but at the same time, you're not only demonstrating to people how renewable energy can transform their lives, you're helping them that when they find themselves in a situation and they have to make a decision about maybe a product, they are informed. So it is easy for them to make that transition to renewable energy. African women, we face a lot of challenges as we prepare food, as we sustain our families. You find that charcoal is expensive. It is burnt away quickly when you're cooking. So at times you find shortage of it. They gave us knowledge about these alternative fuels, that they are called briquettes, that they are renewable, clean energy. So we are so happy about it, because we are just introduced the knowledge of science. For the training I've got so far, they have mentored me and they have empowered me. They have given me skills, various training skills in these alternative fuels briquettes. They have engaged me in solar PV training. I was nominated among the women in energy in Uganda, which was a great success. And out of the story, Creek has been able to shoot out a documentary and a movie called Beauty for Ashes.
To be honest, the situation right now is not very good at all. Because even the boss here haven't get paid.
Nyabo, waliwa. Nyabo, waliwa. Oh, Nakurala, you're getting out of my house today. I want my
Tom!
money. You should always have hope in Christ. Because God has this plan for us.
The most important thing is that you're using clean energy. And where you work at Creek, we actually make them.
I've been training other women in urban centers, in slums, in rural areas, online. I look forward having a factory, big factory, as I continue to transform lives, sort out issues of unemployment, inspire more women.
I was affected by the Coney War, and especially my parents were unable to, you can't move around to get fuel and any other energy resources, the modern energy resources to sustain your life. So that also pushed me to discover what we call biogas production from cow dung. So from there we started, trying to see how it can support cooking, as well as lighting. And then I grew up, of course, through the different stages of education until I also joined Makerere University. In Makerere, I happened to join a research center called Center for Research in Energy and Energy Conservation, that is CREEC, at the College of Engineering. There I learned a lot about hydropower, biomass gasification, and we implemented many of these technologies in the community. So then I also thought, okay, we can add other technologies to support that hybrid mini grid that will also generate electricity. Meaning, if our solar is not working, especially at night, it means other technologies should be available to generate electricity and support the community. And it is supporting like thermal power plants like in Namamve, also in Arua. The whole of West Nile is being supported by also thermal power plant, which is also generating and supplying to the grid, and then that electricity is supporting the different home state. So yes, once this is working properly, then we should also take it to the community to be able to support electricity access from the biomass waste they do have in their respective community. I'm sure the different communities will benefit by understanding what is going on in our research facility here.
Uganda has 70% of the homes without access to electricity. This is similar to our case study of Watoto, a children's village that's 32 kilometers away from the city center. With this village, you find their homes and their children, but they have no access to electricity. And you know the challenges of having no access to electricity. That means their reading hours have been cut short, and they are also exposed to using unsafe forms of energy. So what we are working on right now is a software to help us develop sustainable and resilient mini-grids using hybrid energy solutions. So we are using Python to optimize these energy sources, and what we have developed at the end, our objective is to provide a least cost solution for energy. So we have so far implemented this case study with Watoto Homes, and we were combining solar and wind energy resources. And what we have found is a cheaper solution to connect these mini-grids. And we hope to see this also across the country.
Let me take this opportunity to thank all our partners, both those in Uganda and outside Uganda, for all the efforts throughout the years to get us to this point. There's still a lot more we are going to do together, a lot more products on energy, services on energy, working together with all of you to move Uganda forward, to continue increasing the numbers on access. Thank you very much.
My name is Janet Mesige. We are at the Greenheat offices in Kampala. At Greenheat, we are collaborating with CREEC and other partners on a project where we are looking at water icing as a possible feedstock for biogas production. So at Greenheat, we are running a number of experiments where we are using reactors and we are feeding the reactors with water icing. So we are going to run a number of experiments without controlling the temperature, because we believe most of our digesters out in the field are not temperature controlled. Then the other experiments that we ran were where temperature is controlled. Basically, is to compare how much more gas we generate when temperatures are controlled and versus when temperatures aren't controlled. Then the other experiment that we want to do is a cold digestion experiment, where we are going to mix the water icing with a number of different feedstock. We will look at the fecal matter, we will look at food waste. The entire idea is to use feedstock that is available in the field, say in schools, people's homes, and then see how much gas can we generate, and then how much impact can we have out of the lab. So we've managed to plant small ponds at the office with water icing. So we collect the leaves, we collect the stems, crush them, put them in the reactors, and then some of the lessons we are learning from the office experiments, we are transferring them to the MPG facility. So in the MPG facility, it's a bigger digester. It resembles what we have in schools. It's big enough, 30 cubic meters. It has the toilet facility. Then it also has the end point where the gas can be used. So some of the lessons we're learning from the experiments done in our office, we are transferring them to the MPG facility. Then from the MPG facility, we shall transfer the knowledge and experience to the schools. Now, some of the challenges we've observed at our ponds in the office, we are seeing mosquitoes bleeding in these ponds. So some of the aim at our MPG facility is to try as much as possible to monitor how much more mosquitoes are we going to have in MPG as a result of having water icing growing in that area. Then the other thing is the safety of, because getting a pond that is in PG, putting it in a school, it has a lot of safety issues. So there are a number of issues we have to address, like fencing off the facility or the pond, ensuring that kids can't easily just fall into such ponds. So also reducing the size, because the size that we've done in PG, since it's more of a controlled site, we believe that size is good enough for such a facility. But in schools, such a size would be too big. So we have to monitor how much water icing are we going to grow, and how much gas how much gas are we going to get out of that biomass we collect from the ponds. But the ponds are going to be smaller, not as deep as what we have in PG. The other thing that we also want to monitor is the purity of the gas, because biogas has a number of impurities in it. So the experiments we're running here, we are taking off the impurities, but in the field we are not able to do it. So we want to find an affordable method of purifying gas in the field using the experience we're having in our office. So put up a water icing pond, and then get feedstock from the water icing pond. So that we take away the narrative that biogas only comes from cow manure. There could be other feedstock that could generate the gas. So the idea is to explore more feedstock sources, and then for us we believe water icing is one of them, and we are confident that it will have a huge impact. Partnerships with a number of schools. So far we have St. Teresa and Bishop East. These were some of the schools we have worked with in the past through the Ministry of Energy. So the Ministry of Energy has facilitated the transition, it has facilitated and allowed us to use some of their projects as experimental grounds for using water icing as a feedstock. After seeing the small ponds where we're growing the water icing at the Greenwich office and the small bioreactors in our lab, let me take you to the PG site where we are scaling up the experiments. We are at our demonstration site in Mpigi, where we have a 30 cubic meter digester. We have put up 2 ponds where we are going to grow water hyacinth. The water hyacinth is going to be grown from these 2 ponds, harvested, brought into this digester for digestion. So the entire idea is to pilot the growth of the water hyacinth such that we can learn from the mistakes we are doing on this demonstration facility, and then we iron out the planting bit of the water hyacinth, and then we can take the knowledge to schools. Many of the schools where we want to work have similar digesters. Theirs are a little bit bigger than what we have here. However, because of the lack of enough feedstock in schools, we want to use water hyacinth as an alternate feedstock to supplement on the feedstock that the schools are currently using. So in here we are able to harvest water hyacinth, put it in a digester through the feeding point, and then the water hyacinth will be digested. The digester is underneath. So the idea is once gas is generated, we are able to quantify how much additional gas are we getting by adding the water hyacinth into the digester. Then that additional gas can be monitored at the end of, we have a gas meter on the end, so we can easily quantify that gas, that extra gas we generate, and then we can easily tell the impact the biogas is going to give because of the feedstock, the new feedstock we are using.
My name is Opio Innocent Miria. I work as an energy researcher at Center for Research in Energy and Energy Conservation. You're welcome to this demonstration, which is more about gasification. What you're seeing
in the background is a gas fire. It's a technology we imported from US, from a company called All Power Lab. Gas fire works based on the process of gasification. Gasification is a process where biomass is converted into syngas by running it or converting it through high temperature but under control oxygen. The end product is normally a gas with high concentration of carbon monoxide and some other like methane. The importance about this is gasification can convert waste, the waste which is in the form of biomass, for example, waste from agro processing, or maybe from agricultural activities like rice husk, coffee husk, or maize cobs, can all be converted into the syngas, and then the syngas is used for running an engine which will later on provide electricity to run other appliances. In Uganda, we have been implementing this project to add values to farmers, especially in the northern part of the country where electricity grid has been limited. Majority of the farmers were having the waste, but they were not having any electricity to transform their their seeds or their crops or their grains into a product that can earn more money. Therefore, this project came in to help them convert that waste into syngas and then use that syngas to run electricity, and the electricity was being used to mill maize, to mill paste, that is grinding groundnuts, and also threshing like the rice among crops. So how does this gas fire work? Gas fire uses different types of feedstock. One of it is the maize cobs. This is a byproduct of agriculture after removing the grains. And then we process this by drying it and cutting it into pieces. The size is between 30 to 50 millimeters. That is required to fit in the hopper. The hopper, of course, is where you pour this feedstock, and then other feedstock, other agricultural waste like coffee husk. You cannot use it alone as coffee husk. We always mix it with maize cobs, or where you have wood chips, we also mix it with the wood chips at a ratio of 50-50. Why we are mixing? Because the sizes of this is too small, and so when you pour it in the hopper, it tends to settle, and the process of pushing it into the reactor by the agar becomes a bit difficult when it is only the coffee husk. So because this is bigger, it tends to help to push it into the reactor. These different feedstock, they have their own quality or properties that is suitable for this process. Maize cobs is very good, but its working temperature is limited to 900. If you operate this gas fire on maize cobs at temperature above 1000, it will start forming clinker. That is, the ash that is coming out after the combustion will melt to form a solid component that will prevent the flow of the rest of the feedstock. This is because maize cobs contain high concentration of silica, potassium, or sometimes calcium. These elements I've mentioned tend to reduce the melting temperature of the ash. We have found that wood chips, especially from hardwood, is much better than
all the feedstock I've mentioned from the agro-based activities, but of course the challenge is getting it or processing it is a bit difficult. We have also tested using pellets, where of course this we have procured it. Pellets also works well, but it will depend on the different materials from which it has been produced. We have tried with fecal sludge. It worked well, but fecal sludge contains a lot of sand, and it tends to produce a lot of ash, and therefore reducing the efficiency of the engine. This filter contains the different filtering material. As I mentioned, we normally put like about 5 to 10 centimeters of biochar. This is because biochar has the property of absorbing moisture, and also, like in the pores, it can absorb other components that comes along with the syngas, which is tar. Like if you want to know the temperature, how hot it is inside there, you just press here to see the temperature. If you want to know the pressure, these tubes here, they are connected to some points where it will tell you the pressure inside here. Then also, if you want to know within the pressure there's minimum, there's maximum. Also within the temperature there's minimum, there's maximum, so you can select all the parameters you need for operation. Then this one is, of course, will be telling you also the engine RPM. Accessories are the blowers, because when you are running this, it will be pulling. That one is connected to the top of this, that pulls that gas now through this filter and passes it to the engine. Or else, if you close this, it means this one is connected here, and then it is connected on top of this. So if I'm running, if I'm just starting, it means the quality of the gas is poor. I close this, which is going to the engine, then I open this, which is going to the flare. So you can hear this blower is sucking through. So it will be sucking the syngas from the gas fire all through the filter, and then it goes to the flare. But once the gas quality, you see it from the temperature here, if the temperature is about 600 to 700, the gas quality is now good. You'll even hear, or you'll see flame at the flare. So as the flame is burning, and then when the quality is very good, the flare will begin sucking the flame inside. Then that is an indication that you should now close this one going to the flare, and then you open this one going to the engine. After opening this, then immediately you turn on the engine. Of course, you now reduce the gas and also the air, because the suction created by the engine will pull that gas from the reactor through this filter by itself as the engine is combusting. So initially it is closed. This is the lighting port. So when I want to light, I will open this lighting port, and then once I've opened this propane gas, then I will aim at the pot. For about 5 to 10 minutes, depending on the quality of the feedstock inside. Of course, prior to this, we normally inject some paraffin just to help, because the different feedstock has different volatility. Volatility is how fast it catches fire. Like after 5 to 10 minutes, then I go to begin balancing the gas and the air. Once it has caught fire, then you'll see smoke coming through this flare. You control that by adjusting these blowers. You see that blower is also supplying the oxygen for combustion of that gas. And this one is to suck the syngas through a line, pulling it through the filter, and it comes through this. So once I've closed this line, when the syngas is good, then it means it is the engine that will be pulling the syngas now through the filter until it goes into the engine. So when the engine is running, that suction pressure is created automatically.
My name is Makayo Kure. I'm an associate professor in the Department of Mechanical Engineering at the College of Engineering, Design, Art and Technology of Makerere University. In that position, I offer graduate courses in bioenergy and design of thermal systems, among others. I would like to welcome you to this presentation on the topic of burning and gasification of biomass. We will start with a few principles. When a substance burns, we say it combusts. So I'll be using burning and combustion simultaneously. Burning or combustion is a rapid reaction between a substance and oxygen that releases heat and light. The fuel in that is then a substance that reacts with oxygen under high temperature conditions to release useful energy. Now, fuels contain hydrogen and carbon. That's why sometimes they are called hydrocarbons, which, when each of these substances burn, turn into carbon dioxide and water and release a large amount of energy. Actually, the energy in the biomass is from the sun, which is converted to chemical energy through photosynthesis. Subsequently, when a person burns dried plants or wood to produce energy in the form of heat and light, he or she is releasing the sun's energy originally stored in that plant or in that wood through photosynthesis. To bring this home in our area here in sub-Saharan Africa, we need to note that most of the energy used in the households, in commercial places, even industries, comes mostly from biomass. Another principle to note is that plenty of air is needed to provide enough oxygen for a fuel to burn completely. Oxygen must be provided in excess to ensure complete combustion of the fuel. Plenty of oxygen is required to ensure complete combustion, i.e. eliminate incomplete combustion and maximize heat generation. If there is a shortage of fuel, of air, oxygen in this case, incomplete combustion of fuel takes place. So instead of producing carbon dioxide and water incomplete combustion produces carbon monoxide and even particles of carbon soot, also known as smoke. This incomplete combustion also releases less energy than complete combustion. If you have a piece of wood which you want to burn, you need to put it under conditions that it will start the fire. So for the wood to catch fire, there must be a number of things. You need oxygen, and you need some initial heat source that to raise the temperature that will sustain combustion. Otherwise, if the temperature is low, the fire dies. Let's talk about what exactly happens when a piece of wood catches fire. It goes through a number of processes. One, when wood gets hot, it releases some gases, and these are termed volatiles because they evaporate. These volatiles may then burn if there is sufficient oxygen and temperature. Now, not all wood vaporizes. A good portion remains. This part which remains is a solid carbon black material, technically called char, or simply charcoal in common language. The third process is that some of the radiant heat from the flame strikes the wood. I'm talking about the flame that comes out of burning of the gases which have evaporated from the wood. So that flame is hot. It's hotter than the wood. So some of that heat is radiated back to the wood, which causes further decomposition. Hence, it maintains the cycle and the fire keeps burning. The gases can be released at about 200 to 300 degrees Celsius or centigrade, but complete combustion takes place at about 650 degrees or more. The next process is that when there is complete combustion, the region where the combustion takes place emits light and is seen as a flame. Complete combustion leads to a blue or colorless flame. If the gases from the wood are unburned, they escape as smoke, as I said earlier. And of course, smoke is wasted energy. So in summary, the lesson we take is that the general combustion process of a solid biomass, the general combustion process of a solid biomass includes drying, that is evaporation of water from the wood if the wood is wet. So in summary, we note that the general combustion process of a solid biomass includes drying, that is evaporation of water from the wood when the wood is wet, and normally it's not as dry as one thinks. Then breakdown into an evaporation of gaseous molecules called technically pyrolysis, combustion of these volatiles, and oxidation of the char. If the volatiles are released from the wood and the char is not combusted, then we remain with charcoal. And this, as we have seen, can be used subsequently as a fuel also by supplying oxygen or air. And this can take place in another place altogether, so you can transport the char alone. Smoke from wood burning is made up of a complex mixture of gases and fine particles, also called particle pollution or particulate matter, abbreviated simply as PM. In addition to particle pollution, wood smoke also contains several toxic air pollutants. Paradoxically, smoke may smell good, especially on food, but itself is not good for us or for you. The biggest health threat from smoke is from fine particles. These microscopic particles can get into a person's eyes and respiratory system, where they can cause maladies like burning eyes, runny nose, other illnesses such as bronchitis. These fine particles can also make asthma symptoms worse and trigger asthma attacks. If this happens indoors, the effects are even more severe. Therefore, we have to be very careful in burning wood or biomass indoors. And we have to ensure that the equipment and the process we use releases as little smoke as possible. Finally, among the principles, when the char is burnt, there remains a residue called ash. Ash is actually an impurity that will not burn, or if it burns, it still remains, some residue still remains. And this is typically in the range of 5 to 40% of the biomass. Ash is important because you need to handle it. After you have got the energy from the wood, you have to get rid of the ash. It also causes problems with the equipment. So you need to design the equipment to burn wood or biomass such that you are able to remove biomass. In terms of measuring the amount of energy per kilogram of biomass, you can see that if there is a percentage of it which will not burn, already you are losing that percentage of heat. So it reduces the total amount of heat that you get from a kilo of biomass because there is a presence of ash. Next, something about gas burning. It turns out that gas fuels are the most convenient because they are easier to mix with oxygen. Because when you have a solid biomass, the oxygen has to diffuse to pass through the ash sometimes, and so you don't get enough of it into the wood. But when you have a gaseous fuel, it's very easy to quickly mix, and so you achieve good mixing with oxygen, you achieve faster mixing, and then the burning is much better, and so you can normally get a blue flame when you are burning gas. So this principle is utilized in trying to improve the amount of energy that we can achieve from wood by turning the solid wood into a gaseous fuel. And then we burn the fuel because we find that there are several advantages, as I said, with the gaseous fuels. They are easier to hold, to handle. The burning systems are easier because you need to mix the gas together with the oxygen. There are also environmental benefits because you reduce on the emissions when you burn a gaseous fuel. So one such gaseous fuel is the one which can be derived from waste, biomass, or wood. So we're going to spend the next few minutes talking about biomass gasification with that short background. So technically, biomass gasification is the transfer of the energy content of a solid fuel into a gaseous energy carrier. So we said the resulting biofuel or gas is easy to clean and transport and can be combusted in different engines, such as gas turbines or modified diesel engines, as well as furnaces and fuel cells. So this provides us a way of converting a solid biomass into electricity without having to go through a different process, a more complicated process that sometimes involves boiling water, getting steam, and using steam in a steam turbine. So we can go straight from the gasified wood to a diesel engine. So what is the difference between gasification and burning that I earlier on talked about? There is a small difference. The small difference is that we need a smaller amount of oxygen than we require for complete combustion. So you supply the biomass or wood with a smaller amount of oxygen or air so that you don't get complete combustion. Instead, what you do is that you get the volatiles from the wood, you capture those, and you use those for subsequent combustion. So in other words, a simplified scheme of gasification involves feeding the fuel into a reactor that we shall call a gasifier. So you feed this fuel via a relatively airtight closure. You convert the fuel into a producer gas. Then you take the gas through the process, and eventually you turn the gas into another fuel. The gases that come out of this process include carbon monoxide, hydrogen, methane, carbon dioxide, and other substances that are extracted out of this gasifier or reactor. And these are then directed to what we shall call downstream devices that I've said could be a gas engine for conversion of the producer gas into power. In principle, I can say that any biomass can be gasified. Wood, waste wood, crop residues, municipal solid waste, to name a few. However, there is a caveat to that. The major characteristics to watch for in order for the process to be efficient and effective are the amount of moisture in the biomass. It should be around 20% for some gasifiers and a little bit more for others. I mean, other gasifiers can accommodate moisture contents slightly more than 20%. The size of the biomass should not be too small and not too big, generally ranging between 50 millimeter piece to 200 millimeter piece. The ash content, as I said before, should not be more than 6%, otherwise we have problems in that. And of course, we have to worry about the percentage of fine particles in the whole biomass. If you have very fine particles, a large percentage of fine particles, then you have problems, as I will describe later on the gasification process. So in principle, we can gasify any biomass, but we have to be aware of those final four principles: the moisture content, the size of the biomass, the ash content, and the percentage of fine particles should not be more than 15% in the whole heap. The gasification of biomass with the downstream gas engine conversion of the producer gas into power and heat of course, offers a technical possibility for the provision of combined heat and power from renewable energy sources, notably solid biomass. It's particularly useful in areas of decentralized utilization of biomass, such as areas which are far away from the grid, but they will have to have certain conditions. And one of those challenges are that you need a sufficient supply of biomass feedstock. And of course, unless produced on a renewable basis, this can become a problem for the community. So areas where we have introduced this technology for our rural community are those areas where we have identified that they have sufficient and abundant renewable sources of biomass. Another challenge is the quality of fuel. I said earlier on that the fuel must be within certain conditions. So those conditions need to be controlled a little bit, and if you cannot control them, then you need to do something. You need to pre-process the biomass into those uniform conditions so that you can have a higher yield of gas, and therefore you can achieve an efficient and productive process. The other challenge is the producer gas leaves the reactor with a number of pollutants and at a high temperature. Now, the third challenge is the producer gas leaves the reactor with a number of pollutants, and also it's at high temperature because this process takes place at temperatures ranging between 700 to 1000 degrees Celsius. So in the subsequent steps, the process of obtaining heat from this gas and also using it in an engine, we need to clean, cool the producer gas. So that adds onto the process. So therefore, it complicates the process, which makes it a little bit difficult to operate as well. Adding on to that, the fourth challenge is that gasification is a complex process involving thermal and chemical processes operated at ambient or increased pressure. So outside you have the ambient conditions, but inside the reactor you have very high temperatures, and also sometimes you have high pressure. So for thermochemical conversion, it's necessary to supply sufficient solid biomass and gasification media, or air for that matter, as well as to provide a pressure and temperature regime by means of suitable gas control and geometrical construction of the reactor. So design and subsequent operation need highly developed skills. Now, fifth challenge is that individual fuels and gasifiers and process steps and modes of operation in those steps, as well as a number of other important points, must be taken into consideration. Non-observance of these points may entail negative effects on the normal operation of the gasification plant and also possible hazardous situations. Talking about hazardous situations, producer gas contains carbon monoxide. Carbon monoxide is a poisonous gas, principally because it reduces the ability of blood to carry oxygen. So the operation of a gas fire requires adequate precautions. Environmental effects is the next challenge, because biomass gasification takes place in an explosive mixture of toxic and combustible gases, and also amounts of residual substances in combination with gas production and gas cleaning, are produced, extracted, converted, and recycled. And this lead to pollutants and effluent. And this can be a problem for operators because they need to protect health and the environment, and therefore suitable requirements must be set regarding the technical equipment of such facilities. In summary, from what I've said about gas fires, gasification is a good process. It's a process that enables us to use biomass available almost in any area or in any region for purposes of providing electricity access, as well as conveniently controllable heating. However, the plant itself is complex and one needs to prepare adequately in terms of the design of the plant, in terms of setting it up, in terms of training operators, and in terms of managing its human and environmental effects. With the economic benefits of getting electricity access using solid biomass, it's possible to overcome some of these challenges. So if one is interested in setting up such a gasification plant in an area, it's important to look at quite a number of these points that I've raised to ensure that the plant works effectively. I would like to take this opportunity to thank you very much for your patience and your attention.
My name is Agaba Jimmy. I work with Center for Research in Energy and Energy Conservation, CREEC. Today I want to show you a technology in cooking, that is the using of electric pressure cookers, which is different from the rice cookers, which most of us are used to. So now it has different components, like how we shall be seeing, and in this case it uses electricity, which is power, and more innovations are ongoing on see how we can have one which does not need to use electricity, which is connected to the grid. Among the foods that I prepared using these electric pressure cookers are herein. Among the others which are not included in here, we have different protective settings which include the limited pressure saturator setting, we have anti-blockage protection setting, we have the release pressure saturator setting, limited temperature protective setting, safety over temperature setting, opening and closing protection setting, pressure self-control protection setting. So we are going to be looking at each of these settings one by one and see how best we can use this pressure cooker for preparing our dishes. And this one is faster compared to other appliances which are used for cooking, and in the shortest time possible one can be able to have their meal ready. And for those who are always in a hurry, this technology helps us to ease our processes, and then we go and concentrate on other activities. As we are unpackaging our electric pressure cooker, it is in a box sealed and with its all protections that protect it from any damage in case it is being transported. And then as we open it, we find that it is sealed in a Cavera, again for safety purposes, and then we have to remove the cavera, and then we see that it is intact, it is still new, and it is showing us here on this point that please tear off it before using, so meaning that it will be removed in the process of using it. Then we have to follow the guidelines which shows open and close. So at the moment it is closed, and then when we are lifting it, we have only to lift the handle. So we turn in the direction of opening, then we rotate, then we open, then we lift the cover. Then inside we have the power cable. This power cable is always inserted at the power port, which is connected to the mains. Then inside again we have the spoon, which is used more especially for rice and some other foods that may require stirring. And then also we have a cup, we call it a cup, for measuring how much amount of food we need and how much amount of water we need to put. So our cup is here already, and then we have our pot, the inner pot, which is used for putting the food inside. And then inside it also there is a scale. There is a scale in here, which is which makes sense when you are also using the cup, in that some amount of food and water which is supposed to be measured here should also be the same amount which is aligning with the scale inside here. So this is the inner pot or inner saucepan, which is always put here, which this inner saucepan gets into contact with the plate for power. This is the one when you fix in the power cable and you connect to the mains, then it gives us that heat that is always transmitted to the inner pot. Then there is this outside pot, which is always there to protect the inner pot. So this one protects the inner pot. And then also we have the condensation can here, which collects the vapor that always drips off from the frying, from the boiling content. So it is always fixed at this point here, so that it collects that water or the vapor. Then we on this again we have the box, the command box, which helps us to know which food we are going to cook. For example, if we have fish, we press the button for fish. If we have rice, we will press the button for rice. Then it will display how much time it will take for us to do the cooking. Then overall, this is the housing. This is the housing for the pressure cooker. So this one houses, as the name suggests, the inner elements of the pressure cooker. Okay, right now at this point we are going to cook food and see how it works. This is 1 cup. 3 cups. And then put it inside the cooker. Then after that, I bring my cover. Remember, we are told to tear off before using it. So I remove the seal and then cover. Then as I cover, we have to make sure that we close it properly. As we close, then we have to ensure that the exhaust valve is in the direction of the seal in the middle here. After plugging in our power cable into the socket, then we switch it on. We then locate where the rice button is because of the food which is inside, which is rice. So after that, we press it. So after pressing it, it will show us that it is going to take 12 minutes before our food gets ready. So now this 12 minutes only starts counting when the pressure has built up inside. So this one does not account for the time of the pressure to build up. At this point, now our cooking of rice is done. So once the cooking is done, even if you are not there to closely monitor, the pressure cooker automatically goes into the warming mode. So once I press it, then it will go back to 00. So at this moment, you go to release your pressure.
Access to modern, affordable, reliable energy is a key United Nations Sustainable Development Goal. But in Africa, electricity is in short supply and power cuts are frequent. Only about 20% of the African population is connected to the national grid, and in rural areas, that percentage drops to single figures. Africa currently gets 90% of its energy supply from biomass, mainly in the form of plant material. However, the continent's renewed reliance on wood and charcoal for fuel is unsustainable. The African Clean Energy Research Alliance is bringing together expertise from African and UK partners to support research into locally generated clean, renewable energy solutions. It's being funded by the Royal Society DFID Africa Capacity Building Initiative. Solar power is plentiful in Africa, but difficult and expensive to store. The consortium's first project focuses on the solar treatment of biomass for power generation. The postgraduate students from the consortium's member institutions are being supervised by research support groups from the Republic of Congo, Tanzania, Uganda, and the UK. Opio Miria is one of the 3 postgraduate students working on the project. His research could lead to the production of the first African-designed engine.
My research is about finding a new way of generating electricity, especially in the rural areas. I mean, for the people in the rural areas of sub-Saharan Africa, where there is a lot of plants. My research will convert that very plants into like a liquid, similar to liquid diesel fuel, that can run a diesel engine to produce electricity.
But ACERA doesn't just support academic research. It's also involved in creating energy change by providing a forum for knowledge transfer through communication, education, and capacity building. More than 200 people from government and non-government organizations, academic institutions, and private enterprises have already attended its training seminars.
What we've seen already, even before the project ends, is that the network is building, and there's a lot of interest from different stakeholders to take up the research that we are doing. So I really see ACERA as an initiation of something that will not close in years to come. We are going to expand beyond the project design, making more impacts on policy, on capacity building across the countries and beyond. I see ACERA linking to other networks on renewable energy and energy efficiency, and we are writing more concepts as a team, so we are here to stay.
I'm Mary Susan Abo, and I'm the Managing Director at the Center for Research in Energy and Energy Conservation. In short, CREEC. CREEC is located at Makerere University in Kampala, Uganda, within a specific college that deals with technology. and that is the College of Engineering, Design, Arts and Technology. CREEC, my organization, is focused on increasing access to modern types of energy. And with that, we want to see how to utilize the energy resources that we have in this beautiful country and use that to improve lives, both in the urban and in the rural settings. In our efforts to increase access to modern types of energy, we do applied research on different renewable energy and energy efficiency topics. With the innovations at my center and working together with the different players in the energy sector, there's also been impact in terms of the coverage in the country because of innovations around mini grids, or you can call them microgrids or picogrids. The Rural Electrification Agency with over 600 mini grids that are in plan to help take
By 3:17, we shall then return into session. Please, while you're there, make sure you register, you write the few ideas that come up. When you return, you're going to be presenting to the rest of the team and we make sense of that data. Thank you. Enjoy the breakout sessions. So yeah, we can go. We have one by Dr. Musa, one by my Tanzanian colleague, Osama, then one by Professor John.
Hey, our moderator is going away.
He's around.
He's abandoning the group.
Access to modern, affordable, reliable energy is a key United Nations Sustainable Development Goal. But in Africa, electricity is in short supply and power cuts are frequent. Only about 20% of the African population is connected to the national grid, and in rural areas, that percentage drops to single figures. Africa currently gets 90% of its energy supply from biomass, mainly in the form of plant material. However, the continent's renewed reliance on wood and charcoal for fuel is unsustainable. The African Clean Energy Research Alliance is bringing together expertise from African and UK partners to support research into locally generated clean renewable energy solutions. It's being funded by the Royal Society DFID Africa Capacity Building Initiative. Solar power is plentiful in Africa, but difficult and expensive to store. The consortium's first project focuses on the solar treatment of biomass for power generation. The postgraduate students from the consortium's member institutions are being supervised by research support groups from the Republic of Congo, Tanzania, Uganda, and the UK. Opio Miria is one of the 3 postgraduate students working on the project. His research could lead to the production of the first African-designed engine.
My research is about finding a new way of generating electricity, especially in the rural areas. I mean, for the people in the rural areas of sub-Saharan Africa, where there is a lot of plants. My research will convert that very plants into like a liquid, similar to liquid diesel fuel, that can run a diesel engine to produce electricity.
But ACERA doesn't just support academic research. It's also involved in creating energy change by providing a forum for knowledge transfer through communication, education, and capacity building. More than 200 people from government and non-government organizations, academic institutions, and private enterprises have already attended its training seminars.
What we've seen already, even before the project ends, is that the network is building, and there's a lot of interest from different stakeholders to take up the research that we are doing. So I really see ACERA as an initiation of something that will not close in years to come. We are going to expand beyond the project design, making more impacts on policy, on capacity building across the countries and beyond. I see ACERA linking to other networks on renewable energy and energy efficiency, and we are writing more concepts as a team, so we are here to stay.
I'm Mary Susan Abo, and I'm the Managing Director at the Center for Research in Energy and Energy Conservation. In short, CREEC. CREEC is located at Makerere University in Kampala, Uganda, within a specific college that deals with technology, and that is the College of Engineering, Design, Arts, and Technology. CREEC, my organization, is focused on increasing access to modern types of energy. And with that, we want to see how to utilize the energy resources that we have in this beautiful country and use that to improve lives, both in the urban and in the rural settings. In our efforts to increase access to modern types of energy, we do applied research on different renewable energy and energy efficiency topics. With the innovations at my center and working together with the different players in the energy sector, there's also been impact in terms of the coverage in the country because of innovations around mini grids, or you can call them microgrids or picogrids. The Rural Electrification Agency with over 600 mini grids that are in plan to help take electricity to the rural parts of the country. What our contribution is towards climate justice. That is a key topic when you talk about renewable energy vis-a-vis the conventional energy resources or fossil fuels. And climate justice basically causes us to be conscious of human rights as we are developing our technologies and doing our projects. We are also conscious of gender mainstreaming into our projects to improve livelihoods, considering groups like the youth, for equitability, accountability, and transparency as we design our projects both for the urban settings and the rural settings. With our partnership for dissemination, the Atonga Media, a lot of products have come out. We've had films in different categories.
We want to take information out of the lab, research out of the laboratory, and break it down in ways that people can understand. One of the ways, that we have been able to diversify how people can access information is by using film and movies and TV series, our radio drama series. so that we can not only use entertainment, to table conversations around renewable energy, because these are things that are affecting our daily life. You make fun of it, you make it entertaining, but at the same time, you're not only demonstrating to people how renewable energy can transform their lives, you're helping them that when they find themselves in a situation and they have to make a decision about maybe a product, they are informed. So it is easy for them to make that transition to renewable energy.
African women, we face a lot of challenges as we prepare food, as we sustain our families. You find that charcoal is expensive. It is burnt away quickly when you're cooking. So at times you find shortage of it. They gave us knowledge about these alternative fuels, that they are called briquettes, that they are renewable, clean energy. So we are so happy about it, because we are just introduced the knowledge of science. For the training I've got so far, they have mentored me and they have empowered me. They have given me skills, various training skills in these alternative fuels briquettes. They have engaged me in solar PV training. I was nominated among the women in energy in Uganda, which was a great success. And out of the story, Creek has been able to shoot out a documentary and a movie called Beautiful Ashes.
To be honest, the situation right now is not very good at all. Because even the boss here haven't get paid.
Alright, Nyabo, what do you want? Nyabo, what do you want? Oh, Nakurale, you're getting out of my house today. I want my
Tom!
money.
We should always have hope in Christ, because God has this life for us.
The most important thing is that you're using clean energy. And where I work at Creek, we actually make them.
I've been training other women in urban centers, in slums, in rural areas, online. I look forward having a factory, big factory. As I continue to transform lives, sort out issues of unemployment, inspire more women.
I was affected by the Congo War, and especially my parents were unable to, you can't move around to get fuel and any other energy resources, the modern energy resources to sustain your life. So that also pushed me to discover what we call biogas production from cow dung. So from there we started, trying to see how it can support cooking as well as lighting. And then I grew up, of course, through the different stages of education until I also joined Makerere University. In Makerere, I happened to join a research center called Center for Research in Energy and Energy Conservation, that is CREEC, at the College of Engineering. There I learned a lot about hydropower, biomass gasification, and we implemented many of these technologies in the community. So then I also thought, okay, we can add other technologies to support that hybrid mini grid that will also generate electricity. Meaning, if our solar is not working, especially at night, it means other technologies should be available to generate electricity and support the community. And it is supporting thermal power plants like in Namamve, also in Arua. The whole of West Nile is being supported by also thermal power plant, which is also generating and supplying to the grid, and then that electricity is supporting the different home state. So yes, once this is working properly, then we should also take it to the community to be able to support electricity access from the biomass waste they do have in their respective community. I'm sure the different communities will benefit by understanding what is going on in our research facility here.
Uganda has 70% of the homes without access to electricity. This is similar to our case study of Watoto, a children's village that's 32 kilometers away from the city center. With this village, you find their homes and their children, but they have no access to electricity. And you know the challenges of having no access to electricity. That means their reading hours have been cut short, and they are also exposed to using unsafe forms of energy. So what we are working on right now is a software to help us develop sustainable and resilient mini-grids using hybrid energy solutions. So we are using Python to optimize these energy sources, and what we have developed at the end, our objective is to provide a least cost solution for energy. So we have so far implemented this case study with Watoto Homes, and we were combining solar and wind energy resources. And what we have found is a cheaper solution to connect these mini-grids. And we hope to see this also across the country.
Let me take this opportunity to thank all our partners, both those in Uganda and outside Uganda, for all the efforts throughout the years to get us to this point. There's still a lot more we are going to do together, a lot more products on energy, services on energy, working together with all of you to move Uganda forward, to continue increasing the numbers on access. Thank you very much.
We are at the Greenheat offices in Kampala. At Greenheat, we are collaborating with Creek and other partners on a project where we are looking at water hycine as a possible feedstock for biogas production. So at Greenheat, we are running a number of experiments where we are using reactors and we are feeding the reactors with water hycine. So we are going to run a number of experiments without controlling the temperature, because we believe most of our digesters out in the field are not temperature controlled. Then the other experiments that we ran were where temperature is controlled. Basically, is to compare how much more gas we generate when temperatures are controlled and versus when temperatures are not controlled. Then the other experiment that we want to do is a co-digestion experiment, where we are going to mix the water hycine with a number of different feedstock. We will look at the fecal matter. We'll look at food waste. The entire idea is to use feedstock that is available in the field, say in schools, people's homes, and then see how much gas can we generate, and then how much impact can we have out of the lab. So we've managed to plant small ponds at the office with water icing. So we collect the leaves, we collect the stems, crush them, put them in the reactors, and then some of the lessons we are learning from the office experiments, we are transferring them to the MPG facility. So in the MPG facility, it's a bigger digester. It resembles what we have in schools. It's big enough, 30 cubic meters. It has the toilet facility. Then it also has the end point where the gas can be used. So some of the lessons we're learning from the experiments done in our office, we are transferring them to the MPG facility. Then from the MPG facility, we shall transfer the knowledge and experience to the schools. Now, some of the challenges we've observed at our ponds in the office, we are seeing mosquitoes bleeding in these ponds. So some of the aim at our MPG facility is to try as much as possible to monitor how much more mosquitoes are we going to have in MPG as a result of having water icing growing in that area. Then the other thing is the safety of, because getting a pond that is in PG, putting it in a school, it has a lot of safety issues. So there are a number of issues you have to address, like fencing off the facility or the pond, ensuring that kids can't easily just fall into such ponds. So also reducing the size, because the size that we've done in PG, since it's more of a controlled site, we believe that size is good enough for such a facility. But in schools, such a size would be too big. So we have to monitor how much water icing are we going to grow, and how much gas how much gas are we going to get out of that biomass we collect from the ponds. But the ponds are going to be smaller, not as deep as what we have in PG. The other thing that we also want to monitor is the purity of the gas, because biogas has a number of impurities in it. So the experiments we're running here, we are taking off the impurities, but in the field we are not able to do it. So we want to find an affordable method of purifying gas in the field using the experience we're having in our office. So we believe the BFAM project will feed into our larger program of biogas systems in Uganda or in Africa, where we want to put up more and more biogas systems, but using different feedstock gives us more ability to put up more systems. For people who don't have animals, we are able to say we can put up a water icing pond and then get feedstock from the water icing pond. So that we take away the narrative that biogas only comes from cow manure. There could be other feedstock that could generate the gas. So the idea is to explore more and more feedstock sources, and then for us we believe water icing is one of them, and we are confident that it will have a huge impact in the biogas sector. So over the past couple of weeks and months, we've been able to establish partnerships with a number of schools. So far we have St. Teresa and Bishop East. These were some of the schools we have worked with in the past through the Ministry of Energy. So the Ministry of Energy has facilitated the transition it has facilitated and allowed us to use some of their projects as experimental grounds for using water icing as a feedstock. After seeing the small ponds where we're growing the water icing at the Greenwich office and the small bioreactors in our lab, let me take you to the PG site where we are scaling up the experiments. We are at our demonstration site in Mpigi, where we have a 30 cubic meter digester. We have put up 2 ponds where we are going to grow water icing. The water icing is going to be grown from these 2 ponds, harvested, brought into this digester for digestion. So the entire idea is to pilot the growth of the water icing such that we can learn from the mistakes we are doing on this demonstration facility, and then we iron out the planting bit of the water icing and then we can take the knowledge to schools. Many of the schools where we want to work have similar digesters. Theirs are a little bit bigger than what we have here. However, because of the lack of enough feedstock in schools, we want to use water icing as an alternate feedstock to supplement on the feedstock that the schools are currently using. So in here we are able to harvest water icing, put it in a digester through the feeding point, and then the water icing will be digested. The digester is underneath. So the idea is once gas is generated, we are able to quantify how much additional gas are we getting by adding the water icing to the digester. Then that additional gas can be monitored at the end of, we have a gas meter on the end, so we can easily quantify that gas, that extra gas we generate, and then we can easily tell the impact the biogas is going to give because of the feedstock, the new feedstock we're using. My name is Janet Mesige. We are at the Green Heat offices in Kampala. At Green Heat, we are collaborating with Creek and other partners on a project where we are looking at water icing as a possible feedstock for biogas production. So at Green Heat, we are running a number of experiments where we are using reactors and we are feeding the reactors with water icing. So we are going to run a number of experiments without controlling the temperature, because we believe most of our digesters out in the field are not temperature controlled. Then the other experiments that we ran were where temperature is controlled. Basically is to compare how much more gas we generate when temperatures are controlled and versus when temperatures aren't controlled. Then the other experiment that we want to do is a cold digestion experiment, where we are going to mix the water icing with a number of different feedstock. We will look at the fecal matter, we will look at food waste. The entire idea is to use feedstock that is available in the field, say in schools, people's homes, and then see how much gas can we generate, and then how much impact can we have out of the lab. So we've managed to plant small ponds at the office with water icing. So we collect the leaves, we collect the stems, crush them, put them in the reactors, and then some of the lessons we are learning from the office experiments, we are transferring them to the MPG facility. So in the MPG facility, it's a bigger digester. It resembles what we have in schools. It's big enough, 30 cubic meters. It has the toilet facility. Then it also has end point where the gas can be used. So some of the lessons we're learning from the experiments done in our office, we are transferring them to the MPG facility. Then from the MPG facility, we shall transfer the knowledge and experience to the schools. Now, some of the challenges we've observed at our ponds in the office, we are seeing mosquitoes bleeding in these ponds. So some of the aim at our MPG facility is to try as much as possible to monitor how much mosquitoes are we going to have in MPG as a result of having water hyacinth growing in that area. Then the other thing is the safety of, because getting a pond that is in PG, putting it in a school, it has a lot of safety issues. So there are a number of issues you have to address, like fencing off the facility or the pond, ensuring that kids can't easily just fall into such ponds. So also reducing the size, because the size that we've done in PG, since it's more of a controlled site, we believe that size is good enough for such a facility. But in schools, such a size would be too big. So we have to monitor how much water hyacinth are we going to grow, and how much gas how much gas are we going to get out of that biomass we collect from the ponds. But the ponds are going to be smaller, not as deep as what we have in PG. The other thing that we also want to monitor is the purity of the gas, because biogas has a number of impurities in it. So the experiments we're running here, we are taking off the impurities, but in the field we are not able to do it. So we want to find an affordable method of purifying gas in the field using the experience we're having in our office. So we believe the BFAM project will feed into our larger program of biogas systems in Uganda or in Africa, where we want to put up more and more biogas systems, but using different feedstock gives us more ability to put up more systems. For people who don't have animals, we are able to say we can put up a water hyacinth pond and then get feedstock from the water hyacinth pond. So that we take away the narrative that biogas only comes from cow manure. There could be other feedstock that could generate the gas. So the idea is to explore more and more feedstock sources, and then for us we believe water hyacinth is one of them, and we are confident that it will have a huge impact in the biogas sector. So over the past couple of weeks and months, we've been able to establish partnerships with a number of schools. So far we have St. Teresa and Bishop East. These were some of the schools we have worked with in the past through the Ministry of Energy. So the Ministry of Energy has facilitated the transition it has facilitated and allowed us to use some of their projects as experimental grounds for using water hyacinth as a feedstock. After seeing the small ponds where we're growing the water hyacinth at the Green Heat office and the small bioreactors in our lab, let me take you to the PG site where we are scaling up the experiments. We are at our demonstration site in Mpigi, where we have a 30 cubic meter digester. We have put up 2 ponds where we are going to grow water hyacinth. The water hyacinth is going to be grown from these 2 ponds, harvested, brought into this digester for digestion. So the entire idea is to pilot the growth of the water hyacinth such that we can learn from the mistakes we are doing on this demonstration facility, and then we iron out the planting bit of the water hyacinth, and then we can take the knowledge to schools. Many of the schools where we want to work have similar digesters. Theirs are a little bit bigger than what we have here. However, because of the lack of enough feedstock in schools, we want to use water hyacinth as an alternative feedstock to supplement on the feedstock that the schools are currently using. So in here we are able to harvest the water hyacinth, put it in a digester through the feeding point, and then the water hyacinth will be digested. The digester is underneath. So the idea is once gas is generated, we are able to quantify how much additional gas are we getting by adding the water into the digester. Then that additional gas can be monitored at the end of, we have a gas meter on the end, so we can easily quantify that gas, that extra gas we generate, and then we can easily tell the impact the biogas is going to give because of the the new feedstock we're using. name is Janet Nosige. We are at the Green Heat offices in Kampala. At Green Heat, we are collaborating with Creek and other partners on a project where we are looking at water icing as a possible feedstock for biogas production. So at Green Heat, we are running a number of experiments where we are using reactors and we are feeding the reactors with water icing. So we are going to run a number of experiments without controlling the temperature, because we believe most of our digesters out in the field are not temperature controlled. Then the other experiments that we ran were where temperature is controlled. Basically, is to compare how much more gas we generate when temperatures are controlled and versus when temperatures aren't controlled. Then the other experiment that we want to do is a co-digestion experiment, where we are going to mix the water icing with a number of different feedstock. We will look at the fecal matter, we will look at food waste. The entire idea is to use feedstock that is available in the field, say in schools, people's homes, and then see how much gas can we generate, and then how much impact can we have out of the lab. So we've managed to plant small ponds at the office with water icing. So we collect the leaves, we collect the stems, crush them, put them in the reactors, and then some of the lessons we are learning from the office experiments, we are transferring them to the MPG facility. So in the MPG facility, it's a bigger digester. It resembles what we have in schools. It's big enough, 30 cubic meters. It has the toilet facility. Then it also has the end point where the gas can be used. So some of the lessons we're learning from the experiments done in our office, we are transferring them to the MPG facility. Then from the MPG facility, we shall transfer the knowledge and experience to the schools. Now, some of the challenges we've observed at our ponds in the office, we are seeing mosquitoes bleeding in these ponds. So some of the aim at our MPG facility is to try as much as possible to monitor how much more mosquitoes are we going to have in MPG as a result of having water icing growing in that area. Then the other thing is the safety of, because getting a pond that is in PG, putting it in a school, it has a lot of safety issues. So there are a number of issues you have to address, like fencing off the facility or the pond, ensuring that kids can't easily just fall into such ponds. So also reducing the size, because the size that we've done in PG, since it's more of a controlled site, we believe that size is good enough for such a facility. But in schools, such a size would be too big. So we have to monitor how much water icing are we going to grow, and how much gas how much gas are we going to get out of that biomass we collect from the ponds. But the ponds are going to be smaller, not as deep as what we have in PG. The other thing that we also want to monitor is the purity of the gas, because biogas has a number of impurities in it. So the experiments we're running here, we are taking off the impurities, but in the field we are not able to do it. So we want to find an affordable method of purifying gas in the field using the experience we're having in our office. So we believe the BFAM project will feed into our larger program of biogas systems in Uganda or in Africa, where we want to put up more and more biogas systems, but using different feedstock gives us more ability to put up more systems. For people who don't have animals, we are able to say we can put up a water icing pond and then get feedstock from the water icing pond. So that we take away the narrative that biogas only comes from cow manure. There could be other feedstock that could generate the gas. So the idea is to explore more and more feedstock sources, and then for us we believe water icing is one of them, and we are confident that it will have a huge impact in the biogas sector. So over the past couple of weeks and months, we've been able to establish partnerships with a number of schools. So far we have St. Teresa and Bishop East. These were some of the schools we have worked with in the past through the Ministry of Energy. So the Ministry of Energy has facilitated the transition of, it has facilitated and allowed us to use some of their projects as experimental grounds for using otaicin as a feedstock. After seeing the small ponds where we're growing the otaicin at the Greenheat office and the small bioreactors in our lab, let me take you to the PG site where we are scaling up the experiments. We are at our demonstration site in Mpigi, where we have a 30 cubic meter digester. We have put up 2 ponds where we are going to grow otaicin. The otaicin is going to be grown from these 2 ponds, harvested, brought into this digester for digestion. So the entire idea is to pilot the growth of the otaicin such that we can learn from the mistakes we are doing on this demonstration facility, and then we iron out the planting bit of the otaicin, and then we can take the knowledge to schools. Many of the schools where we want to work have similar digesters. Theirs are a little bit bigger than what we have here. However, because of the lack of enough feedstock in schools, we want to use otaicin as an alternate feedstock to supplement on the feedstock that the schools are currently using. So in here we are able to harvest otaicin, put it in a digester through the feeding point, and then the otaicin will be digested. The digester is underneath. So the idea is once gas is generated, we are able to quantify how much additional gas are we getting by adding the otaicin to the digester. Then that additional gas can be monitored at the end of, we have a gas meter on the end, so we can easily quantify that gas, that extra gas we generate, and then we can easily tell the impact the biogas is going to give because of the feedstock, the new feedstock we're using.